Hello, folks. Welcome in. This is the 486th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this great evening, what is it, Monday, 4 p.m. out here in Colorado. Thank you so much for being here live. One quick thing that I do want to flag before we hop into the debates. I've been having a lot of allergies today. 'Tis the season. The wind is blowing, and pollen is flying everywhere. And in turn, I am blowing my nose like every 5 seconds. So there's going to be multiple times throughout the stream where I kind of lean off camera. Maybe on YouTube, I'll just turn the camera off, unplug my mic, and blow my nose. So just expect that in advance. There's not too much that I could do about my allergies outside of either working around it or not going live at all. But anyways, for everybody who's tuning in, if this happens to be one of your very first times joining the broadcast, you are in for a treat. For 4 hours every single day, we talk to people that we disagree with politically. Usually it's Trump supporters. Other times it's just generally people who are on the right, and we try to change their minds on very important things, ranging from economics to abortion to social issues to why Donald Trump is the very worst president of your life, regardless if you're 18 or 80 years old. So folks, we are going to go ahead and try to get that very first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream here in just one moment. But before we do, I also want to be able to go through the breaking news. So the breaking news is that over the course of the last 24 hours, Donald Trump has just completely fucking lost his mind. He has been absolutely spiraling. He has been having a mental health episode crash out on social media. I mean, it is legitimately insane. I screenshotted a few of the highlights on my phone, and I just want to read them off to you guys right now. So a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times he posted the same image of an Iranian oil tanker with him standing in front. It's AI, you probably can't see it. And then the text says, it's our oil tanker now. The same image 9 times. Okay, and then another 8 times, he posted another AI image talking about Donald Trump 2028 and how he's going to be the first, I guess the first third-term president in modern American history. So I don't know what to say about Mr. Trump. He's just completely losing his mind. It's kind of ridiculous. I woke up pretty late today. I'm not going to lie. If I woke up earlier, I would have made a short-form video about this. I definitely did want to, but I decided that the main priority and prerogative should be to start the live stream. Now, let's go ahead and hop into those debates. If you are watching on TikTok, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. I do need to blow my nose real quick, so I'm going to unplug my mic and lean off screen for everybody watching. I'll be right back, and then we're going to go ahead and try to get that first guest connected. Once again, I will be leaning off screen a handful of times today to blow my nose just because my allergies are pretty bad and there's not much else I could do. Let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. As of recently, folks, we have been getting a shit ton of trolls. So what we're going to do is we're going to try with 5 guests, okay, to get a Trump supporter loaded into the stream, avoiding trolls. Now, if we're not able to get a Trump supporter into the stream with the first 5 guests that we load in, then we are going to completely just change the way that we accept guests into the stream and try something else at. Hopefully we don't need to do that, but if we do need to do that, aka we get 5 or more trolls in a row, we are going to be announcing maybe a new method of connecting guests to the stream. Let's go to get that very first guest connected right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in, Hood Stafford. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, boy.
How old are you?
22. How are you?
Appreciate you so much for the Galaxy, Sophia. 21. What year are you born in?
2004, boy.
What month?
April.
Okay. And why do you support Trump, man?
You know, I was a little kid. Well, not a little kid. I was a little teenager when your boy Joe Biden was fucking around in the office, boy. So I really
feel like
can't
this guy's
go
just
for
trolling,
that.
bro.
I ain't trolling, bitch.
Yeah, you definitely are trolling.
You're scared.
Let's go to get the next guest connected, guys. There's the first troll of the day. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Here we go, everyone. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, y'all. Kay, appreciate you for the very first donation of the day over on Super Chat with the 10 euros, who says, hashtag Trump is a silly wanker and an unhinged fool. He is absolutely an unhinged fool. I could not agree more. 110%. 110%. Let's go to get the next guest connected into the stream at this point in time. We got Jack and Vale loading in. Welcome in, everybody. For those that are tuning in on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live, hitting that repost button. It's really good to see you all. I'd love you. I appreciate you for the bouquet. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
25.
Have we spoken before?
No.
Are you in the bath?
No.
What's the splashing noise?
Never heard of a computer in the bath, Dean? Computer. Hello?
2 trolls down. All right, 3 more to go, and then we're going to try to switch up the way that we actually get people connected to the live stream. I don't know how that guy does it, though. I don't know how the fuck that guy, dude. I don't know how the fuck that guy does it. I don't know how the hell that guy, dude. That guy somehow gets on the stream at least like 2 or 3 times a day. Welcome in, man. How old are you?
I support Nick Fuentes. Puss, Dean. Puss.
I can tell, but how old are you?
Puss.
Do you have an age?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
April.
Okay, you are 18. Why do you support Nick Fuentes?
I love his views.
Which one specifically?
On America first, just not supporting foreign countries.
Okay, I don't think that this guy's 18. I think that you're lying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Puss, Dean.
Not to mention that he'd be 19 if he was born on that day. There's 3 trolls down. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We are looking for some Trump supporters. We are getting a bunch of trolls. We're getting a bunch of trolls. We happen getting a bunch of trolls. If we get 5 trolls, we're going to try something new. A new way to try to get guests connected to the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they left. We're not going to count that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only to hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hopefully here soon, Parker will be joining us.
So I can stream Dean.
Okay, another troll, so there's going to be 4. We have one more. We're looking for some Trump supporters, guys, and one more guest. We're going to try to switch up the way that we are getting people connected to the live stream to try to avoid the trolls. We are just looking for American adults who do support Trump as president, everyone. Let's go to try to get that very first guest of the night connected. We've already had 4 trolls in a row. Pretty annoying. We're looking for American adults that do indeed support Trump as president. Welcome in, Parker.
What's good, bro? What's good? What's up, stream everyone? Tap that screen for fucking the 30,000 people in the stream. Tap that screen. Let's get that shit up to 5 million fucking likes right now,
bro,
okay?
We've been live for 9 minutes. Fucking ridiculous.
I know, and you're already at 1.2 million. What is going on, bro?
Yeah. Sophia, I appreciate you for the buddy. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Still looking for that very first Trump supporter for the night for the 30,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. Good to see you all. Make sure that y'all are double tapping on that phone screen, spamming that chat, and hitting that repost button. We've been having a lot of trolls recently. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 18 years old, December 2007. Currently in New York, 6:17 p.m.
Okay, do you support Trump?
And, yes, I've been having an issue where I haven't gotten to get my full point in through because every stream I've attended today, someone thought I was trolling or they just wouldn't let me finish.
Can you please disconnect your microphone? Like you have an external microphone connected. Maybe it's AirPods, a headset, some type of Bluetooth device. If you could turn that off, we're going to be able to hear you about 5 trillion times better.
Is that a bit better?
Yeah, that is a bit better. So why do you support Trump?
Okay, so we agree that Trump is pro coal for energy generation, correct?
You say he's called for what? Sorry?
He's pro coal, right?
Yeah. Trump is pro coal, pro quote unquote clean coal.
Yeah. So do you know how this impacts fetus health?
Do I know if coal's bad for the health of fetuses? I'd assume it is.
Okay. So it essentially releases lead and mercury, which are kind of considered teratogens, and they directly can be inhaled by the mother and transferred into the fetus through the bloodstream, essentially killing the fetus.
That's really bad.
Sometimes killing the fetus. So if we're electing Trump and we're all under the impression that he is pro-life, can we really consider him pro-life if we're advocating for, if he's advocating for an energy generation system that's killing fetuses over an energy system such as natural gas, let's say, that does not release mercury and is less likely to kill a fetus? Face it, Trump is not pro-life. He's just anti-abortion.
Okay, are you not a Trump supporter?
So, and we can also say,
dude, are you a Trump supporter?
This is a
hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm trying to also finish, right? And
all right, bro, that's a troll. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. Ooh, excuse me. Here's what we're gonna do. Whoa! Excuse me. Holy shit. All right, here's what we're going to do, guys. So we've been dealing with a lot of trolls in the live streams as of recently. I mean, a lot of trolls on the live stream as of recently. So, Jesus Christ, I'm dying out here. I'm really dying with my allergies. This is going to be a hard stream to get through. So here's what we're going to do.
Did you take an allergy pill before?
Yeah, I took 2 before. So hopefully that will kick in here in a bit. So here's what we're going to do, folks. There are a bunch of random gifts that are 1 penny per gift. Particularly, one of these random gifts is called GOAT, and then it just says GOAT. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and you want to join the live stream, send a couple of these 1 penny GOAT gifts on TikTok. And we're going to go ahead and try to invite the people up that are in the middle of sending those gifts. Okay, already you guys are fucking it up. There's somebody with a profile picture of me sending the GOAT gifts. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, actually stop, bro. Like, just be better. But let's go ahead and try to get that very first Trump supporter in of the day. Only up inside of the queue. You only need to send around, 10 of those GOAT gifts just for me to see them. It's around 10 pennies. Let's go ahead and try to get the very first guest up. Looking for the GOAT gifts. If you are sending the GOAT gift, just know that that means that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're looking for some people in order to debate. Welcome in, Jason. How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Looks like it's working. Cool. What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007 of April.
Okay, 2007 of April. That would make you 19. You are a little bit muffled, but why don't you go and take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president? I need to blow my nose again, so I'm going to lean off screen, but I'll be able to hear you. Take it away.
It almost has me all day, so I'm sorry, just chemicals. Anyways, I support him for many reasons. I mean, there are some things that he did. It's bad. I mean, the way he's targeting, like, no tax on tips, that's kind of good. Because that's just extra taxes that we don't need. He's helping, like, he helps the military.
The quality of your microphone is, like, pretty bad, man. Is there anything that you could do about that?
Is this better?
That's a little bit better. Go ahead.
So, like, he's helping the military budget go up. He's trying to boost that up.
You want him to increase it to $1.5 trillion a year?
I mean, not that much, but a little bit more, because we can use that resource for better equipment, higher technology.
Why?
We already spend $1 trillion a year, the most of any country in the world, more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We could cut our military budget in half, still have over $100 billion more than China, the next leading country in military spending on a yearly basis.
I mean, it's just the stuff my dad said, like, was higher tech that we need, like stealth more. Because now
we have the best stealth technology on the face of planet Earth.
That we do, but now China and Russia are getting involved. They're starting to catch up to us.
You understand that if we cut our military budget in half, we would still fund it $300 billion more per year than China, right? And you're saying that we need to increase it more to keep up with China? So then it doesn't seem like we have an issue with how much we're spending. We have an issue with where that money is being spent.
Exactly. They're essentially saying Americans are less efficient with defense spending than China is. Yeah, that's essentially what you're arguing by multiple factors, by the way.
Significantly less efficient. Is this guy leaving? Okay, it looks like he's leaving. All right, well, that's a W. Debate over, I guess. Appreciate you so much for the Galaxy. That's very kind of you guys. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you all. For everybody who's tuning in on TikTok, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen, folks. The way that we're going to be loading up Trump supporters into the live stream today is just by people, just Trump supporters and Trump supporters alone, sending the quote-unquote GOAT gifts. They're 1 penny per. You only need to send one in order to pop up on my phone screen. We're looking specifically for people that are sending those GOAT gifts, and that's the way that we're going to try to find Trump supporters to bring up on the live stream. So if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, only send around like 10 of those goat gifts. It's around 10 cents. And I won't be able to invite everybody because some people have private accounts. Can't invite people with private accounts. But when I do see people sending those goat gifts, I'll invite you up. Welcome in, Arthur Morgan. Do you support Trump?
Daddy, I like men.
Bay Harbor Sink Shitter. What a name. Do you support Trump?
You know who it is, kid. Stop fucking around, Dean.
No clue
Stop
who you are.
fucking around.
Do you support Trump?
Do I support? Yeah, you know who I am.
Who are you?
Let's just say the Nantucket sink shitter, Dean. Stop.
Not today, bro. We're looking for some real debates. Let's go to get the next guest up here on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, if you are an American adult that does indeed support Trump as president, send like 10 of those 1 penny goat gifts. And I'm going to be inviting people up that send those gifts. The reason why we're doing it that way is because it helps to keep children away. Children, obviously, for the most part, don't have credit cards, don't have debit cards to connect to their TikTok account to spend money, which helps us limit it to adults. And it's only like 5 cents. So it really helps us out. Adventure, do you support Trump?
Yes, of course I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Twitch, thank you so much for the motorcycle. That's very, very kind of you. Okay. And why do you happen to support the worst president of your life, Mr. Rapist Trump, as president?
Well, the rapist part, he is only accused of that.
So
he never
he was
had
actually
convictions.
found guilty of that inside of a civil court of law. Unanimous jury of 9 ruled that he raped Jean Carroll by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers.
Okay. The other reason is the average gas prices for Trump was $2.81 in his first term.
Mm-hmm.
In Biden's term, it got all the way up to 4 something, and now it's all the way back down to $3.90.
Yep. So the gas prices are higher today than they were when Biden left office. And when Biden was in office, the reason why gas prices went up had nothing to do with him and more so to do with global events like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, oil shortages caused by refineries and drillers shutting down due to the pandemic across the globe, as well as just general disruptions in the supply chain onset by the pandemic. And of course, Donald Trump's OPEC 2020 deal, which led OPEC to reduce their output by 10%. None of those variables were in control of by Biden, and Biden did all he could to reduce the gas prices here at home in America by expediting drilling and refining in our country, leading to us producing the most oil we ever have as a country in 4 years under him, as well as the strategic release of the strategic reserves that, according to the Treasury, reduced gas prices by around 50 cents per gallon in July of 2022, when we had the highest gas prices in the history of our country, onset by the variables that I just named. But the important part here that you should focus on is the fact that we do have higher gas prices today compared to when Biden left office, particularly because of a series of bad decisions made by Trump involving his universal tariffs on every other country in the world and his war in Iran, which led to the largest monthly increase in the price of oil and gas since the Vietnam War in the 1960s.
Okay, do those tariffs not benefit us more than they hurt us?
Well, yeah, they definitely hurt us a lot, didn't benefit us at all, but that's a whole different conversation. I'd like you to respond to the points that I made about the price of gas compared to a conversation about the nature of if tariffs are beneficial or detrimental to our country.
Okay, so with the war with Russia and Ukraine, we had that under control under 2018 with Trump, and when Biden took office,
the war didn't
it was no longer under control. The war went back.
Okay, well, the war didn't start, aka Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a full didn't start until February of 2022. So I've just no fucking clue what you're yapping about. And B, the Kremlin has admitted that they saw Biden and Harris as a larger threat to their establishment and their goals, such as invading and annexing Ukraine. This was released in the CIA documents Donald Trump actually made public just 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I see that point.
Bella, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. I appreciate you.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, do you have any other reasons why you support Trump? I'm going to blow my nose.
Yeah. With the Charlie Kirk assassination, there is so many different stories on what happened. And with it being that it was either ran by the government, Israelia, or done by an actual assassin is very different. But where they've been honest about how Charlie Kirk met Erica Kirk in Israel and it came from there, he's not hiding anything like they were going to about it was only going to be Tyler Robinson.
We're waiting for you to tell us why you support Trump.
That's why, because he's not holding that back.
Because Trump isn't holding what back?
That Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Wait,
he doesn't
what?
say that.
What?
And again, you said it's Israelia, right?
Israeli? What are you yapping about, bro? Okay, first and foremost, Israelia. I've never heard of Israelia. Second of all, when the hell did Trump say that Israelia had something to do with Kirk's assassination?
He did not.
Right.
Yikes.
Justin, do you support Trump?
I do. I was at, what do you mean, Dean? You remember me? Come on now. We had a debate the other day. We were talking about it. I told you I could get some more research and come back.
I don't remember you. I'm sorry, Justin.
Oh, darn. It was about the dressing room.
Oh, okay. Do you think that you could give a better argument than Adventures with Jax?
Adventures with Jax, what?
That's the guy in the live who just told us that
this
he
guy?
supports Trump because he's not holding back the fact that Israelia had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Do you feel like you could give a better argument than that insofar as why Trump is a good president?
Yeah. Are
Yeah.
we able to, I do. I mean, I'm lost there with that. Honestly, with you, I don't know what he's trying to mean there, but
Me neither. I'm gonna kick him. He's kind of crazy. All right.
What's up?
So let me take a guess at where our conversation was at the last time we spoke. You told me there was about the dressing room clip. So I asked you if you would still support Trump if he was a violent sexual predator. You said no.
Mm-hmm.
You accepted that he would be a violent sexual predator if he barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and or naked girls at the beauty pageants that he owned to look at their naked bodies. You said yes. And then I, of course, played you the clip of him admitting to barging into these dressing rooms, as well as I gave you the testimony of many of the victims, and I gave you more corroborating evidence that he's definitely telling the truth by pointing you at the court verdict from the Eugene Carroll case that determined he sexually took advantage of another woman in another dressing room, at another place, at another day, another time. And you're coming back to what? Tell me that you did research and you no longer support Trump as president, or are you coming back to run frontline defense for sexual violence and explain to us all why we should not take this clip of Donald Trump admitting to engaging in sexual violence, admitting to being a violent sexual predator seriously?
Okay, so I guess it's kind of in like the middle of it between it. I'd like for you to address these points, but obviously I looked up and I saw that Buzz article that had wrote about the victims. I don't know exactly how many there was. I think it was like 65 or something. I can't remember. 65, 68. I can't remember exactly how many. But there was like 11 or 12. I can't remember exactly. That said that he didn't go back there and didn't like remember him going back there. So what would you say to those about those victims? Because I think there was I don't remember how many people said there's a possibility of him going back there, but
yeah,
I'm not sure. But yeah.
Well, I'm not arguing that Donald Trump sexually exploited every single woman and every single girl that competed at every single pageant that he owned, at every single pageant competition, at every single dress rehearsal, and every single year. No, I'm just simply stating that it seems like Donald Trump did this at least once.
At least once. Okay. I like to mention the one name you mentioned the other time. Gosh, what was the girl's name? It was the interview with this one girl, and she said that
Tasha Dixon.
Yeah, I think that was the one I watched.
Miss Arizona from 2001.
Yeah, I think that's the video I watched. Was that the one where she was talking about how they were they told them to make sure they were dressed before he came back?
No, Tasha Dixon said he would just walk into our dressing rooms and we'd be fully naked or half naked while we're putting our bikinis on. And we know that Donald Trump wouldn't make sure that they were dressed first because inside of the clip, Donald Trump explicitly said that they had no clothes on.
He said they had no clothes on?
Yes, yeah. That's exactly what he said.
Can you play the clip?
I'll play you the part of the clip.
Listen to the clip?
No, I did. I did.
You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see this.
There you go.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Sorry. I have short memory. I've been trying to learn all this stuff in the last day, so it's been kind of tough. But yeah, so you wouldn't say now the dressing room part. I did see like who explicitly said it was a dressing room? Because like
Donald
the backstage,
Trump.
I know
Donald Trump said it was a dressing room by describing a dressing room.
well, he didn't say it, he described it. I mean, like
Right,
Oh, wait,
which is
Justin.
one of the two ways to say something.
What do you think definitions are, Justin?
I mean definitions. Like
Yeah,
like, I mean, just, like,
definitions.
define words.
Yeah, definitions describe exactly what something is without using the word, else it would be a circular definition.
Okay, so what exactly do you think? Obviously, he said backstage, and he described dressing, but couldn't people also people can get dressed in bathrooms? They can also get dressed in areas where like
okay,
behind closed
if you went
doors.
into a bathroom, okay, well then like the same thing would be true that is sexual violence because inside of a
Yeah.
woman's restroom they still have reasonable expectation and privacy away from men. B, the reason why we know that this was in a woman's dressing room is because he'd go backstage into a space where no men were anywhere, that he was breaking a rule by entering because he quote unquote got away with it, as he said at the end of the clip, that the only people that were inside of the space were a bunch of naked women who were changing and they looked incredible, and in order for him to get into the space he had to abuse his power and privilege as the owner of the pageant and then tell a lie about doing a false inspection. That's what we call a woman's only dressing room, and that's what every single woman and girl who remembered this happening to them said.
Okay, I mean, I guess I guess I'd provide justification for it, but I guess also my thing is I'd have to ask you is
Okay, so do you agree
like,
that this
if there
was?
was no
do
men,
you agree that this was sexual violence
what like him
for
walking
Trump
back
to
there?
go into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies without consent?
Yeah,
Okay, so then you agree that he's a violent sexual predator.
yeah,
Okay, so then you no longer support him as president.
yeah.
Okay, I'm happy
I can
that
see
we
that,
could
but
change your mind.
I just have questions. That's why I was like, I saw some of these things like, because like I saw there was an argument for it. I don't know who the guy was. He was
Justin,
talking about how, yeah.
I appreciate you for coming up, but that's our goal is to change people's minds and to convince them that they shouldn't be Trump supporters. So I'm going to move on to the next guest, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
All right, fair enough. Later, man.
Yeah, guys, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen. We're actually changing some minds today, huh, Parker?
Yeah, I changed a few people's minds earlier too. I've noticed an uptick in changing of people's minds. I feel like there's a that keeps me hopeful is what I feel like, honestly.
True. Me too, bro. Listen, guys, if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president and you are watching on TikTok right now, thank you so much, Rotted for the Galaxy. Send the GOAT GIF. Send like 10 of them. They're 1 penny each here. Oh my goodness. I need to blow my nose, everybody. Give me one moment here.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. We're going to start getting more people up here for debates for the 34,000 people, 35,000 people nearly here on TikTok. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 5 million likes. We're very, very close. We're at 3.8 million already. Thank you, everyone, for tapping that screen. Let's keep it going, everyone.
Oh my goodness.
Let's get the next person up here for the debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Make sure to send a GOAT gift, right? If you are a Trump supporter and you're trying to debate, only send a GOAT gift if you're a Trump supporter.
MAGA for life. Do you support Trump?
Can you say 6'7",
All right, guys. You know what you're doing. I'm going to permanently ban you from the stream. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only send the GOAT GIF if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's how we're going to be looking for Trump supporters today. It's also like, I know that you have to be listening to me in order to notice in a GOAT GIF if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. So, you know, we're also going to be banning people for that if they do end up joining the live stream and they're not an American adult that supports Trump. Emily, thank you so much for the Guardians pledge. Jesus Christ, Emily, thank you so much for that love and support. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to Emily down below in that comment section while we look for that next Trump supporter right now. Here we go, everybody, looking for the next guest. Matt, I'd let you know, Matt, that I can't invite you up because your account is private. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Thank you so much, Zalabella, for the gym gun. Very, very kind of you. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest connected right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Gabs, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I love you, Tina!
Gabs, I'm going to permanently ban you. You knew what you did, and you know that you're going to get banned for doing it. Welcome in, GT. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Pronouns?
Huh?
Pronouns?
He.
Child. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, I thought that maybe this would be the way. Thought that maybe this would do the trick. Doesn't appear as if it is. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only send the GOAT gift if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. Only send the GOAT gift if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, everybody. We're going to use that as a new way to get people up in here. Trenton, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump, actually.
Milo, do you support Trump?
Yes.
LARP. What is that? What is that fucking profile picture, bro?
It's beautiful.
What are you doing, bro? Like, on God, like, what are you doing?
What's wrong with this picture?
Well, it's my picture. And then you just AI'd yourself into it.
No.
Yes.
Why are you lying, bro?
Why are you using a picture of me to make you yourself look better?
Bro, I didn't.
Fucking okay. All right. Then tell me, where did you take that picture? Because I happen to recognize the background. I happen to recognize the exact place that picture would have been taken. So tell me, where did you take that picture?
Yeah, that looks awfully similar to his profile picture.
Oh yeah, it looks awfully similar to my profile picture. You said you took that at the gym?
Yes.
What gym?
My local gym.
Oh. Want to know the craziest thing?
No,
that's
not
actually
really.
not a gym.
What?
It's not a gym.
It is, bro.
No.
It is.
No. Are you actually a Trump supporter, though?
Yes.
Okay, we're just going to set like the whole really weird thing about you stealing my profile picture to make yourself look better part. And we're going to focus on why you support Trump. So how old are you?
Yeah, so I just turned 18.
What's your birthday?
Yeah, 2008, July.
And why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I like his policy on abortion.
Why?
Yeah, because, I mean, we need to protect all life.
Okay. So why do you think that the life of the fetus deserves to be protected?
Because it has value.
Why?
Because God made it in his image.
God made it in his image. Well, first and foremost, I mean, there are a bunch of Christians who disagree on when the fetus becomes valuable. Do you know who St. Thomas Aquinas is?
I heard of him, but I don't know, bro.
One of the most prolific Christian philosophers ever. He did a bunch of work on ethics. He did a bunch of work on metaphysics. He's particularly known pretty well for his metaphysical work. He created what is called hylomorphic dualism or hylomorphic animalism. I won't, drill you down with the nitty gritty, but the point is that he actually believed in delayed ensoulment. So there are many really intelligent Christians throughout history of Christianity who do not think and did not think that the fetus was valuable from the moment of conception.
Then how do you explain this verse? I created you before
Star, thank you for the galaxy.
No, I knew who you are when you were in the...
God's all-knowing. God knew you before you were even conceived.
Thank you for the galaxy. How about this? Do you think that all sins are identically morally wrong outside of blasphemy?
No.
So you think that some sins are worse than others? How do you tell what sins are worse than others?
Yeah, you can actually look at the Bible and you will see that it addresses that some sins are worse.
Where?
Yeah, I mean, you can go search it up, bro.
Well, I'm asking you to point us where in the Bible it says that, because you're the one making the claim, bro.
Okay, so I don't remember exactly the verse.
All right, bro. Then it seems like you didn't do sufficient research before you joined the debate stream to talk about that verse.
Hold
on. All
on.
right, bro. You haven't done any research on your Bible. That's fine. So ultimately, the reason why you support pro-life legislation is because you want to save as much innocent human life as possible, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the Democrats would have saved more innocent human life than Trump, would you argue in retrospect that that Kamala Harris should have won the election?
No.
Why? She would have saved more innocent human life.
Because that's one thing I support about Trump. It's not all the things.
Well, I mean, you can't tell me that you're going to support Trump as president because he's going to save more innocent human life. But then if Kamala Harris would have actually saved significantly more innocent human life than him, you wouldn't have supported her in the election.
Of course I can. Bro, look, there's a lot of things.
Well, no, you can't say that saving innocent human life is a reason that counts in favor of supporting Trump, but it wouldn't be a reason that would have counted in favor of supporting Kamala Harris, given that the roles were reversed.
Well, I can. Because
What's the argument for that? What's the argument for why that's reasonable? What's the argument for why it's reasonable to cherry pick and say if one candidate does one thing, it's a reason that counts in favor of supporting them, but if the other candidate does that same thing, it's not a reason that would count in favor of supporting them? What's the argument for that?
Okay, so you know there's a lot of Christians that thinks that abortion is murder, right?
Well, I didn't ask you if you think abortion is murder, okay? I didn't ask you if you were Christian. I asked you, ultimately, is the reason why you support Donald Trump in consideration of his pro-life legislation because you want to save as many innocent human lives as possible, and then you said yes. So then I asked you, hypothetically, if Kamala Harris would have saved millions more innocent human lives than Trump, would you argue that she should have been president in retrospect? And you said no. So then we got you down to admitting that, well, saving innocent human life is a reason that counts in favor of Trump. But if Harris would have saved millions of more innocent human lives than Donald Trump, even in consideration of abortion, that wouldn't be a reason that would count in favor of supporting her. So I'm asking you for the argument to describe why it's reasonable to cherry pick within this sense.
Okay, I mean, how did she save a lot of lives? I mean, I don't believe that.
Why are you asking a question about how she would have saved more innocent human lives when my question to you is, what's the argument that it's reasonable for you to say, even hypothetically, if she were to have, that still wouldn't be a reason to support her? I'm going to blow my nose. Like the guest today, we've been live for 36 minutes. Every person we've talked to has just been like astoundingly stupid.
Okay, if she saved a lot of lives, then I will support her. Okay, I take back that. Okay.
Well, the Lancet study indicates that 14 million lives would have been saved by 2030 if you voted for Harris as opposed to Trump, according to their estimate. Even if you assumed the most ridiculous, unhinged margin of error of 50%, which is not even possible given the conditions of the study, that would still be millions of lives.
Okay, show me. What's the evidence?
We
the
gave
Lancet
you the
study.
We gave you the resource.
Okay, show me on the screen.
No, we're not going to show you on the screen. We're just going to give you the resource so you can do it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what it means to give a dude, when you're in high school and you have to write a research paper for your literature teacher, okay, he or she's not gonna ask you to literally pull your laptop up to them and say, show me each individual source. No, what you're gonna do is in your bibliography, you're gonna give the name of the publication and you're going to give the name of the publisher. You might even give a link, okay? So that's what we're giving to you. We're giving you the name of the publication, quote unquote, evaluating the impact of 2 decades of USAID interventions and projecting the effects of defunding on mortality up to 2030, a retrospective impact evaluation and forecasting analysis, and the name of the publisher, The Lancet, the Lancet, and you are more than welcome to go look that up and read it for yourself. Okay, if the name of the publication was way too long, you could also just go on Google and look up The Lancet study that forecasts USA deaths, and you will find the study.
I have seen you show a lot of people, that Trump is a rapist with some evidence, Why can't you do that right now?
Because I don't have to do it. The reason why I'm not going to do it is because I don't have to do it. That's an unreasonable burden of proof that you're attempting to place on me to literally show you visually the study. Okay, me giving you the citation is sufficient.
You know you're wrong because you always show evidence.
So do you think that I was just lying? Do you think I'm just lying to you about the name of the study? Do you think I'm just lying to you about the publisher of the study? Do you think I'm just lying to you about the contents of the study? Well, then why would I be so incredibly clear with the name of the publisher and the name of the publishment? Why would I be doing that if I was just lying?
Hey, Dean, I gotta get going now. I'll be back on later.
Yeah, sounds good.
Have a good rest of your stream, man. Good luck,
these
man.
People today are hell. So why would I be lying to you about that?
Because sometimes you want views on the stream.
Okay, how about this? How much money would you like to bet? Frank, thank you for the meteor shower. How much money would you like to bet that I'm lying?
How about this, Dean? $5.
How about let's make it 50? He left. Okay. Well, once again, the name of the study, or I guess the publisher of the study is The Lancet. So if you just go on Google and you type in The Lancet and then you type in USAID deaths by 2030, you'll find the study from The Lancet. Anybody watching, including that last guest, could have done that. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Folks, I'm going to be honest with you all. I don't know what's going on with the guest today. We've been live for 41 minutes, and like genuinely, like everybody that we've talked to has been like really, really stupid. Okay, so it's like the first guest was telling us that they support Trump because he is public about the fact that Israel helped kill Kirk. Okay, the next guest was telling us that he supports Trump because he rejects that Donald Trump like sexually exploited women and girls. But then I guess he did concede, so I won't call him stupid. And then that guest is like, I support Trump because of abortion, but then it gets completely lost in the commotion of how of the fact of how the Democrats would have saved more innocent human lives. And then I give a resource that would have proved that. And then he just starts like freaking out and trying to gaslight me into thinking that I lied to him. And I was just perpetually and continually giving him that resource. Like, holy moly. I guess we're going to go to get the next guest up here. If you are an American adult that does support Donald J. Trump as president, CE, thank you so much for that money gun. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me, as well as what you could do here, folks, is send the GOAT gift on TikTok. I'll be looking at the people that send the GOAT gift on TikTok. Only send that if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're still looking for that next guest right now. Guys, do keep in mind here that I am struggling with a lot of allergies today. And I will be about every 5 minutes leaning off to the side of the screen and blowing my nose. I do apologize for that, and I hope that they calm down throughout this stream, but right now the allergies are definitely pretty bad. GXTY, do you support Trump?
Wait, do you vape, Dean?
All right, GXTY, I'm going to ban you permanently from the streams. What about you, Divine? Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
I'm going to ban you permanently from the streams for abusing the mechanisms that I'm giving to Trump supporters to try to join. Let's go and get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you, everyone. Ariana, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Let me clarify. Do you support Trump?
Oh,
I'm going to ban you permanently for abusing the mechanisms that I created to allow Trump supporters to join the streams. Dean, debate my dad. Do you support Trump?
Can you please debate my dad?
I'm right here. Yes, I do. You want to know why? Because he's trying. At least he's trying.
Well, hey, look at that. Okay.
I'm a 50-year-old adult. Do I trust him? No. But do I support him? Here's why. Our country needs a strong leader. Not that he doesn't have an ego, man. And his show was really good, The Apprentice. But that's how he handles his administration. Now, somebody like Kamala, do I trust her? Absolutely not either. But here's why. And I'm just going to go back on the obvious, man. Like, you get stats. I'm not political. My daughter roped me into this, but I mean, you seem like you wanted to debate. So I'll just speak logic. Obama chose a running mate that he didn't want to upstage him. So we got Biden. So then you come in with Biden, want somebody that's not going to upstage him. They get Kamala. Now you want to bring in Kamala with all this stuff with the auto pen that happened with Biden. I don't have stats. You could probably dunk on me with stats there, but it's a thing, man. He wasn't driving. Not all the time. Could have been in his age, stress, the job. It's the worst job in the world. I wouldn't want to take it. But I don't think Kamala is going to go to the Middle East and sit down with gentlemen who for 50 years have been going, kill Americans, because I'm 50, I've been hearing it my whole life. They just need to settle down there. And Donnie's trying, man. At least he's trying.
Wow. Okay. Well, hey, listen, at the beginning of that, you said that your daughter really roped you into this. I don't even know if that's true. I think that you roped your daughter into this. You didn't know how to make
right here.
I really did. I really wanted him to get on this live.
She said you're a really good debater, man.
I'm just making a joke. You just sound really amped up and ready to go. Well, listen, man. I want to be able to respond to that, but before I do, just a little bit about me. I run this daily live stream, and we debate Trump supporters. And the people watching the live stream do have the ability to donate to the show, and I like to thank the people who do donate. So, do you mind if I take a moment and just quickly thank a handful of the donors to the stream so far today before we hop into the debate?
Man. I stream too. Get it.
Okay. On Venmo, Rachel, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Bella, thank you for the $10. Who says, praying a semi-intelligent debate comes your way, bro. Hopefully, one of these days, right, Bella? Thank you for the $10. And then April, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is very, very kind of you, April. That is so much money, and I'm beyond grateful for you. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 April W's down below in that chat. That is ridiculously kind of you. Thank you so much. April with the $50 says, you're doing an incredible job. Hang in there. Thank you so much, April. I I will be honest. It's a little bit hard for me to like, perform well in these debates when, I'm sick or have had a lot of allergies, but I'm going to try my best. Thank you so much for the $50. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much as well, Lindsay, for the $2. Mark, thank you for the $11, who says this is for cat treats for your cat Momo. Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate you for the $11. I'll definitely use those on cat treats. Thank you for the $5, Joseph and Chloe. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. And Olivia with the $15, who says just sending love and support. Thanks, Olivia. I really hope that you're having a good day today and I hope that you enjoy the stream. As well as Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Joseph, I am going to keep that message to myself because I don't want to give them any more publicity than they already have. But just know that I really appreciate you for your support. Over on Super Chat, My Body, My Choice. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, My Body, My Choice. That is so much money. It goes a long way in the small town that I live in. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 500 My Body, My Choice W's. My Body, My Choice for the $50 says, I'm impressed by and grateful for you. Wish I had similar advocates when I was young. I recently learned your backstory, so thank you for the sacrifice you made for the greater good. Well, thank you for the $50. I always really appreciate it when members of the older generations tell me that I'm doing something right, because what that tells me is that not only am I doing something right, but I'm doing something wise. Appreciate you so much for the love and support. Then Cameron, thank you for the $10, and Maddie, thank you for the $15. I'm very grateful for the two of you guys. Let's go ahead, hop into that debate. So just to sum it up in a couple sentences or less, you support Trump because Kamala Harris was terrible, and at least he's trying.
At least he's trying, but you know what, man? Good up to you to get like young people listening and at least talking about it. So, man, like you keep doing what you're doing. Smash the like button, everybody. Support this young man.
Okay. So was that not an accurate capture of your argument? You support Trump because he's trying and Harris was terrible?
I support Trump because he's actually making an effort. I've never voted my entire life. I'm a United States citizen. No one has deserved my time to go down there and actually cast a vote, including Donnie Boy. But I support him because of this, man. Our country has been like shoved into the back seat where no one's come up and been, let's just say, a strong leader, meaning go out front and take risks and do things. Kind of like that. With Kamala, I kind of feel like it would just be a Biden 2.0 and someone else is in the driver's seat behind the scenes. And I'll keep going while you're blowing your nose because I'm a little off today too.
Okay, listen, man, I'll just hop in here and respond to that. So first and foremost, her name is pronounced Kamala. Second of all, you saying that, oh, well, somebody else would have been driving the car from behind the scenes, aka controlling Harris if she had won the presidency, is just, completely conspiratorial nonsense. Might as well put your tinfoil hat on or give me some evidence for that. And then third of all, you said that you support Trump because he's at least trying. Well, the thing is I don't think that we should support presidents because they try. I think that we should support presidents because they do. There are no participation trophies for the most powerful person alive. There are only awards for doing good by the people that you're supposed to be representing and doing good by the world. So I will ask you, what is the biggest accomplishment from Donald Trump and his second administration?
Oh my God, he got everybody in the Middle East to sit down at the same table except one country. My life, they've been trying to do that for 50 years. And he's also, he has an ego, but he is a showman and he knows business. He's out there making deals to try and bring money into this country. Not that it's all about money, but our country has been taken advantage of. We don't have any production. We saw that in COVID. He was president during COVID. We couldn't even make our own masks. We couldn't make any of the equipment we needed because China's like, oh, wait a minute. We need it. I just spoke to a doctor at a trade show this week, and he said they spent money to buy masks from China from a distributor at the beginning of COVID, landed a jet, like a big cargo plane. They went there personally. They had the trucks on the runway, and someone from the Chinese government came out. Nope, this was paid in advance. They were just there to pick it up. And I'm saying to bring manufacturing in for chips, blue collar jobs, like actual factory manufacturing into this country as a business deal, good for the United States long term and all its citizens. Stuff's made here.
Yeah, you're actually not a supporter of Trump at all.
Okay, do tell.
You just said that you think it's really important to bring more manufacturing into America.
How many deals has he closed since he stepped in the office this term?
One moment.
Good.
Not enough to make our economy any better off. So under Biden, we actually had the most investment into American manufacturing in recorded U.S. history. Every single financial quarter since Donald Trump's inauguration, the level of investment into our manufacturing structures has gone down, 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 down. We also went from adding 2.2 million jobs to the economy in 2024 to only 181,000 jobs to the economy in 2025 under Trump, giving us the worst annual jobs report, ignoring recessions in 20 years. Not to mention that we also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since the tail end of the Great Recession, and the highest level of unemployment and most layoffs since the pandemic. So our economy is doing terrible today under Trump. Manufacturing is probably struggling the most out of any sect or any industry, and manufacturers fucking hate that guy.
Oh, I have to agree to disagree, because who teed up the financial condition? The Biden administration. Hey, you got any stats on that Green New Deal and where all that money went? Because they're still looking for it. But here's the deal. When I say he's trying, and I'm not trying to take shots at Biden.
The Green New Deal was never a piece of legislation that was passed.
Okay. I know a lot of money got spent and they're looking for it. But again, I'm not political, man. I'm just talking
Congress
about
only
like,
spends money
stuff.
on legislation that they pass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but all those Green New Deal windmills that went up, all the infrastructure work that was paid out in advance. And again, you got more stats than me, man. You do this all day for a living.
There was nothing paid out in advance concerning the Green New Deal.
Okay, let's take that one off the table. Let's just say the economic condition was the direct result of his predecessor, and someone steps in 1 year.
Can you give the argument for that?
To have an argument for what?
Yeah, that the reason why the economy is so poor today is because of Biden. Because the reason why I'd say that's obviously false is because everything that's performing poorly in the economy today under Trump was performing exceedingly well in the economy a year and a half ago under Biden. Unemployment was going straight down. We had 250-year record historical low levels of unemployment. One of the best jobs reports in modern American history. Some of the best business investment into manufacturers in recorded U.S. history. I mean, we had extremely low layoffs compared to what we have today. Inflation was going down. Now it's 1.5% higher today. GDP growth was exceedingly well. Now it's actually gone down 1% compared to where it was at under Biden. I mean, we had a bunch of positive economic trends under Biden. And then the day Donald Trump walked into office, announced his tariffs, implemented his tariffs, passed a big, beautiful bill, and started the war in Iran, all of those really positive trends are now really negative trends. So what's the argument that the negative economic trends we see in our country today is actually a consequence and a result of Biden?
Well, I'll give you a prime example here. Who regulates who makes those numbers? Who sets the standards for those numbers? In fact, the new guy that just stepped in and replaced Jay Powell is basically saying, hey, you know what? We need to redo all these stats. Now, I'm an AI developer. A basic AI system, I mean, when I say a basic, forget the big boys. A basic system could come in and look at these numbers and metrics. And if you look at Trueflation, which is a product, I believe, rolled out by a crypto project, Chainlink, who just does data verification. They're not making it, they just do data verification and realizations if they've crossed your back.
Sir, dude, you're yapping and you're not responding to my
Trueflation
points. You're yapping and you're not responding to my points. You're just
yapping.
You're just saying words.
Let's keep it to a debate, man. You're gonna hit me below the belt. I told you, you have stats I don't. I'm speaking common sense. You're talking about a guy that's in the office right now. He's gone out to countries. He's went there. He's wined them and dined them, and he's cut deals and he's bringing investment. That doesn't happen overnight. That's number one. Number two, he's got everybody in the Middle East to be reasonable.
I just gave you the data.
And on top of that, the data sets that you're talking about, they're skewed, man. Nobody validates them. Nobody checks them. That's exactly why the entire U.S. government's pension plan is all on paper under Cheyenne Mountain. How they found that.
Also wrong. The data that I gave you has been validated by the Trump administration. Like, for instance, the information they gave you about jobs, yeah, that has been validated by Donald Trump's head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Understood. What I'm saying is there's a majority of those statistics and numbers that affect the economy that are inaccurate, skewed, and there are actual products out there in production. Trueflation.com is one of them.
True, bro.
They show you the Trueflation.com is not true.
I want
Have you heard of it?
I want you to give me any evidence that the jobs report from 2025 that was validated by Donald Trump's first head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and now the new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, as well as the rest of the government in the Federal Reserve, was fraudulent. Show me any evidence to justify that claim.
The guy that's running the Federal Reserve right now, who is a bank of banks and has absolutely nothing to do with our government. The Federal Reserve is a private company, and honestly, everybody on that board should be in prison, and that should get turned over to Congress because that's part of the problem. Banks running banks, that's not our government.
A, that's not true, and B,
really,
I
the
give
Federal
you a
Reserve,
data point.
who runs it? Who owns the Federal Reserve? Go right ahead. Tell me.
An appointment from Congress. Holy fucking shit. But B,
dude,
A,
holy
that's
fucking
not true.
shit. They appoint
and then
the people
B,
on the board. They don't own the company that directs all the money that's screwing our country.
One moment. A, you were wrong about your claims of the Federal Reserve. But B, the data that I'm giving you isn't from the Federal Reserve. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
You asked me if I promote Trump. I do.
Because that's the source for the jobs report of 2025 that you're saying is inaccurate because you have personal reservations with the Federal Reserve.
Dude, who runs the Federal Reserve? Who owns it? Go online.
We're not talking
Federal
about the Federal
is a
Reserve. We're
mass
talking about the
company.
dude.
You can't see who owns it. Banks run our country, dude.
We're not talking. Listen, we are not talking about the Federal Reserve. We are talking about the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
You're talking
the Bureau.
about that.
Listen,
I moved on 10
listen,
minutes ago.
listen,
You just
listen,
keep going and stand
listen,
out business, dude.
listen,
Like,
listen,
move the hell
listen,
on. Keep
listen,
the argument
listen,
going.
listen. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does not operate under the Federal Reserve. It operates under the U.S. Department of Labor.
Fantastic.
Okay?
Your 2025 point is valid. Let's move forward. It's 2026. We're all screwed right now. Well, you're putting your head in your hand, man. You keep going back to 2025. I'm living right here, right now, 2026. What's Kamala going to do different than Trump? How about that?
Sure, bro. All right. There's a handful of things that Kamala Harris would have done significantly different than the things that Donald Trump is doing today. First and foremost, she would not have passed economic policy that took purchasing power away from the working class, healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, like the big beautiful bill did according to the CBPP and the CBO. She rather would have passed tax cuts for 120 million American workers in the low and middle class to ensure that the average American in the working class holds the purchasing power in this nation. Okay? She also would have fought for legitimate expansions in our healthcare services, instead of cutting it away from people and expanding and exploding the costs of Medicaid through the ACA for 45 million Americans like Trump did. She rather would have ensured that the most amount of money that any private American citizen could pay out of pocket for any private pharmaceutical drug would be $2,000 per year. Okay. And on top of that, she wanted to work on actually reducing the debt and actually reducing the deficit, only adding an estimate of $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years compared to Donald Trump, who's already added $3.4 trillion to her debt in the first year and a half of his term. Okay. On top of that, she also wanted to ensure that every American woman and girl had access to their health care by codifying Roe v. Wade through federal legislation to ensure that American women and girls had access to legal safe abortions. Unlike Donald Trump, who took that access away, which has now led to 60 pregnant rape victims per day being not out access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states, and then 66 million American women and girls being out of access to elective abortions in near 30 of her states. She also would not have started a brand new war in Iran that skyrocketed the cost of everything, including gas, oil, and groceries. And she also wouldn't have called for the execution of her political opponents like Donald Trump did with the Democrats in Congress. She wouldn't have launched an attack and an assault against our law in the Constitution like Donald Trump has with his infringements or threats to the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 23rd Amendment. And she also just wasn't a genuine piece of fucking shit, unlike Donald Trump, the 34-count felon, okay, who raped a woman, boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked little girls like your daughter, because those girls were somebody else's daughter, and also didn't attempt to coup our government and didn't attempt the largest attack and assault on the American democracy since the Civil War, like Donald Trump did with January 6th.
Okay. Well, so let's go back to then, and if that's what Kamala runs on, that's fine. I've seen her speak a few times. I've listened. I'm not political also, man. Let me be perfectly clear. I'm not political. So my daughter asked me at a hip shot, but common sense, and I follow enough and I know enough. And I appreciate you taking it seriously, man. This is a good conversation. I like it. So thank you for that. But the Democrats, what I saw them do the last 4 years, and just hear me out. This is my opinion. I'm just a citizen. I watched them open the borders, and what happened? Drug cartels. Well, they put money into candidates' pockets for those policies, like any other PAC did, but you don't know where it comes from. And they opened those borders. What happened? Drugs flowed in, gangs flowed in. He's cleaning up a mess. Did he make it? No. Is it an issue? Yes. Fentanyl's killing our country. Did the Democrats promote their agenda of, okay, everybody's included? I can respect everybody is included. I don't care what your sexual preference is. We don't have to go there, but it doesn't matter. Everybody should just be happy, right? But I don't think we should be paying for sex change for our kids in, 5th grade and all the money that went to programs. And I'm not trying to go there about money. What I'm saying is I feel like the last 4 years, the Democratic Party prioritized putting things in the front and center as an issue that aren't really issues, so they can just do whatever the hell they want under other things that don't necessarily have a direct spotlight shined on them. Donald Trump, and I think he has 47 felonies or 42. I think it's over 40. And it is what it is. But every single rich person, okay, whether they're an egomaniac or not, and let me also say, I don't trust him. Has he done sketchy stuff? I'm sure he has, and of course he has. It'd be absurd to say he hasn't. Any rich person's got skeletons in their closet. But I can relate to him because people keep coming at me with false allegations and I have to go to court and it's absurd and it's a joke. So that man's been harassed nonstop for 5 years. So when you want to say he's going after people, no, I think the same mechanism is actually going after people that maybe did something wrong or they were coming after Republicans. Does it happen by both parties? Yes, sir, I'll give you that point. They both sling mud at each other, and that's what disgusts me about politics in America, is we need a revamp, man. I think you and I can both agree on that. The way this system works, it's got to be, I don't want to say monitored, but it's got to be reined in so that the people that get elected to those positions have a clear role and these outside agendas and influence stay off their radar, because it's the most difficult, thankless job in the world, because you're never going to, you can't placate everybody. You know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be someone, no matter how good you are, no matter how middle of the line you are. So when I say he's trying to clean, I think what I'm trying to say is he's trying to clean up a lot of messes that maybe he didn't create, that people have been just not wanting to deal with for quite a while. The investment and stuff he's brought into this country, it's going to take 2-3 years to build giant data centers, to build chip manufacturing plants. You're not going to see those jobs roll in for a little bit longer. But that's kind of where I'm at. And when you said Americans losing their purchasing power, my friend, that goes right back to the Federal Reserve and the 2% rate of inflation they allow. That's been burning our money since Nixon cut us from the gold standard, my friend. And that's a fact.
All right, bro. Yeah, you said a lot. You said that the Democrats were paying for sex changes for minors. You said that the Democrats opened the borders and allowed drugs and gangs into America.
The open
you
border
said that
policy
every
made it
rich
easy.
person has skeletons in their closets. You said that you had to go to court for false allegations. You said that Trump's been trying to clean up a lot of messes. And then you said that Trump's bringing a lot of money into America with a form of investments today. Before I respond to literally any of those things, I have a question. What did you mean when you said that you've had to go to court over false allegations?
I have one person. It's like a slander thing. It's like it's just absurd. But I'm saying what I understand is in our court system, you could right now say, this guy was on my live stream, I'm going to sue him for defamation of character, and some lawyer will take your case, and I'll get a piece of paper in the mail the next day.
So are you saying that you were
harassed,
accused of a sex crime and you're in
No,
court for that
not
right
at
now?
all. It's more of a harassment thing. And I guess what I'm trying to say is he was harassed relentlessly after he came out of office, and none of it really came to fruition, but it was all over the news for 4 years, right?
Okay. So then I'm just going to ignore that. The other thing that you said is that every rich person has skeletons in their closet. Is this your way of excusing the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist by saying that probably every other rich president we've had or could have is also a rapist?
No, what I'm saying is rich, high-profile individuals. Donald Trump, a Jeff Bezos, insert CEO that's famous here, right? They all catch frivolous lawsuits. I think we can agree. People just trying to make money off of them.
So you don't think he was actually a rapist, and you think the lawsuit that proved it was frivolous?
Okay, let me just go back to the point what I said. Some woman interacted with Trump somewhere, sometime, okay? I'm not going to get into specifics or validate anything, but just hear me out on common sense pipeline. This guy's rich. I was at this event with him. He did this on the appropriate thing. A lawyer picks up her case and it goes up the line. Now Donald's lawyer has to say to Mr. Trump, this woman says you did X, Y, Z at this event. That's not true.
I just
3 years of litigation, millions in fees, and he settles. Now he's convicted.
The court case? Do you accept or do you reject
I
the
didn't
verdict
follow
of the
it, so
jury?
I can't comment on something I don't have the information on. So if you're telling me he was convicted, I know he has felonies, but what I'm saying is, do you know every single circumstance underneath the case?
He was found
there a
guilty.
settlement?
There was no settlement because he fought the case and he lost, and he was found guilty of raping her. Now, the first bit of information I'd like to give you is that the jury wasn't super biased against him. There was legitimately a Trump supporter on the jury. E. Jean Carroll, that's naming the victim, E. Jean Carroll's attorneys actually petitioned the judge to kick the Trump supporter off of the jury because they thought they would just rule Trump's innocence no matter what. But then Trump's attorneys petitioned the judge, and they were like, no, keep the Trump supporter on the jury. Political affiliation does not signify sufficient bias to kick them off the jury. The judge agreed with Trump's attorneys. They kept the Trump supporter on the jury, regardless regardless of the conflict of interests. But then even the Trump supporter ended up ruling Trump's guilt. And then after the original jury of 9 ruled that he raped her, Donald Trump then exhausted literally every single legal avenue that can be exhausted to appeal the outcome of the court case, meaning that he appealed it to 5 courts. All 5 of the appeals courts rejected his appeal and upheld the verdict that he raped her, including the Supreme Court, okay, which is 6-3 conservative leaning, where Donald Trump personally made 3 of the 6 conservative appointments. Okay? They all upheld the verdict that he raped her by forcing his fingers into her vagina without consent.
Okay, and that's public information, and the United States of America voted, and unanimously that man is the president of the United States. I don't have that case, and you're telling me that information's true, and a rich billionaire out drinking or wherever their venue is at, if that happened, that's not okay. I would not be happy if someone did that to my daughter, and I'd have a lot of things to say about it. Does it make him good? Did it happen when he was 22 years old or 25? I don't know. I don't know the situation, nor do I know the case history. And if you're telling me it's a conviction, it was. And that information was public. And every citizen in the United States voted, and he was, he won by a pretty good margin, because I think people are just tired of the status quo. Is he the best person to do it? No. I'll give you that 100%. There are better people. But until someone actually comes to the table that's going to stand up in the world and have I don't think Kamala Harris is going to go meet with world leaders and they're going to feel like this woman represents the United States and she's showing up with force, her own ideas, and trying to make things better. I just don't see that in her persona or her energy. Trump, he's a showman. He has a bit of an ego, but he shows up as,
Thank you for the galaxy.
A figure that other leaders of big countries that have also big egos and the same kind of money, like you and I, we don't relate to those people because, I don't know, you're in a small town, right? But by the point is, we don't have billions of dollars. We haven't lived that life. We don't know what that ego looks like to deal with employees and people that are beneath you and assistants. Not in a bad way, but you get what I'm saying. So to go sit at tables with other people or kings or dictators that, view things differently, have different cultures, I don't know that she would present as a strong leader. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying that you still support Trump as president, even though he's a rapist, because Kamala Harris would have been a weak leader.
You're putting words in my mouth. You're saying for the next go around, right? Or you're saying like her position versus this, because I'm not even sure. I just saw like I said, my daughter ambushed me, so I'm saying like, you still support Trump. I support him because he's trying, man. That's it.
Holy fucking shit, dude. I'm dying today. I might have to cut the stream short. Sorry, guys. I honestly feel the worst for the people watching over on YouTube because like every 2 minutes the screen goes black. I might have to cut the stream today short, everybody. Instead of doing 4 hours, just doing like 2 or 3. I don't know what's going on with my allergies, but like I'm literally like fucking dying. If you can't tell, it's like literally like every 30 seconds I'm like leaning off to the side of the screen and blowing my nose. I don't know. Maybe I need a. I think I need to clean my office, honestly. I probably don't clean it, like deep clean it as much as I should. And I have the cat in here all the time and she drags her hair. So maybe I'll do that today, but just for whatever reason, I'm actually dying. Yeah, but anyways, so I just want to clarify, is it true that you're saying that you support Trump as president, even though he's a rapist, because you think that Kamala Harris would have been a weak leader? This sounds like your last argument. We understand that whenever you start opening your mouth, you don't close it for like 5 minutes and you try to say as many words as possible. Do I think that you're doing so to intentionally attempt to throw me off of being able to give you a sufficient counter argument? Because if I can't reduce your argument down to like a couple easy to understand sentences, I won't be able to legitimately respond to it. I don't think you're doing that intentionally. I just think that you really, really, really like to talk. Okay? So I want to try to condense everything that you just said after we agreed that Trump was a rapist down into like 2 sentences so I could understand why you still support him even though you agree he's a rapist.
I think he's a stronger positioned leader to deal with other world officials where the conflict currently exists versus Kamala. And I know you're not feeling well, man, and maybe we should wrap it up just because, like, this is a good conversation, and maybe I can try and jump in another day when you're feeling better, and my daughter can use the same screen name.
Well, it's okay. Listen, I'm still good to go. Okay, so it is true that you're telling us that you still support Trump as president, even though he's a rapist, because you think that Kamala Harris would have been a weaker leader. So what is the argument for the claim that Kamala Harris would have been a weaker leader?
Hold on, let me go grab Captain Obvious and bring him over here. Because I like to hear myself talk. No. Again, I told you, I'm not political whatsoever, and it's a great conversation, man. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to run over you.
Do you have an argument for the claim? Like, just saying that, it's obvious.
Do I have an argument for the claim?
That's not actually giving,
Kamala
justification
Harris's
for why it's reasonable to
background
believe.
Okay, I don't know what her background is, but I'm an AI developer, and I heard her speak on AI, and this is how it began.
Okay.
Hi, we're going to talk about AI today. It's 2 letters.
Let's try to use as little words as possible to make your argument, please.
I just used one word, AI. It's 2 letters, and I said she defined it at a meeting talking about AI with other officials. AI, it's 2 words, artificial intelligence. And then she started laughing hysterically. That was her opener. And that's when I'm like, I am done. If that's how a politician is going to talk about a serious topic. She just didn't sound educated. She was just bubbly and not spoken well.
Less educated and not well spoken. Okay.
No, she's well educated. She's an attorney, I believe, right?
Well, I'm trying to understand why you think that she would have been a weaker leader than Trump.
She doesn't speak well whatsoever, and she doesn't seem to know her topics. When I've seen her speak,
so less educated.
I do not watch her. I've seen a handful of times, and they weren't good.
Okay, I'll dispute that claim. Okay. So that claim is false. She was definitely better at speaking than Donald Trump. Why would I say this? Because when she debated Donald Trump, she whipped his ass so incredibly hard that after the debate, he started spinning up wild conspiracy theories, like the claim that she literally had an in-ear monitor with people feeding her answers to the questions that she actually got from ABC before the debate. Okay, so clearly she absolutely destroyed him in that debate, meaning that she's not only more educated but better spoken, and that would discredit the 2 points that you just made. Additionally, when Donald Trump opens his mouth, he usually uses it to say some of the craziest shit ever, like, oh, let's genocide 90 million people, oh, let's hang Democrats in Congress that I disagree with, oh, coal is clean, oh, windmills cause cancer, oh, let's inject disinfectant to fight against the pandemic. Okay. Meanwhile, when Kamala Harris opens her mouth, every so often you're going to get like a blunder, like did you fall out of a coconut tree? Okay. But a vast majority of the time, no, she rather spends her time talking about, well, what we need to do in order to make life easier for the average American, what we need to do to ensure that women and girls have access to healthcare they need, instead of attacking her enemies or threatening to send her political opponents to jail / hang them. Okay. So I definitely do think that she was a significantly better leader than Trump. 110%. And by the way, like, this is what other countries have admitted to. Like, I don't know if you're keeping up with Donald Trump's files on evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 election or whatever, but one of the files said that Russia attempted to interfere with the 2020 election to help Trump get elected because they saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as a more formidable opponent to the establishment. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and run and grab another box of tissues, but I'll still be able to hear you. But continue. Feel free to respond to that. I'll still be able to hear you.
Okay. I mean, if you're moving in that direction, outside countries 100% try to influence our elections. I mean, look at the voting machines. Where do you think they come from? They're not manufactured here. We already agreed we have no manufacturing in this country. So they're coming from other countries and being brought in. Can they be manipulated? Yes. The debate they're having now about voter ID, I don't understand how anybody in the United States of America has to argue against, you need a birth certificate, a driver's license to show up and vote. Like, if I went to Mexico and said, I want to vote for president, and I don't have the Mexican equivalent of a driver's license or something that says I'm a resident, that's just common sense. Like, if you don't live here, you shouldn't be voting. Again, I'm not going to try and get in semantics of somebody waiting for a registration and paperwork for immigration, and they've been here for 10 years. Like, okay, exceptions exist. But, the stuff that they just went through, again, I'm kind of in alignment with you. The voter fraud stuff, it's there. It exists. Which side's skewing it? Until somebody actually blows out hard evidence. But I think Russia.
Notice how this guy's just not responding to my points. Like, you can't track a fucking debate for shit. Okay, let me be clear. Okay, we brought up the fact that Trump was a rapist. I got you to agree to the fact that Trump was a rapist. Then I asked you why you still support him as president, even though he's a rapist. And then your response was because you think that Kamala Harris was a weaker leader than him. Okay, and then I asked you why you think Kamala Harris was a weaker leader than him. And then you say because she was not as good at speaking and less informed. I give you really good evidence to justify the fact that she was much better informed and much better at speaking than Trump. Like the debate that she had with Trump and like what Russia said about her and Biden in the files released by the CIA last week. And then your response is to talk about voter ID and voter fraud. Okay, like, bro, no. I want you to respond to the very specific counter arguments that I gave to your claim that she would have been a weaker leader than Donald Trump. Also, I just want to call it out. I think the fact that he's a rapist, I think the fact that he's a violent sexual predator, and I think the fact that he has a terrible character is instrumental to an evaluation on the state of his ability to lead. Okay? The presidency, any public office, is supposed to be in a position of public service where you place the collective above yourself and you attempt to benefit them, even if it is at slight expense to yourself, like not being able to enrich yourself with billions of dollars with use of fraudulent behaviors, dictatorship, so on and so forth. But in order to fulfill the necessary criteria of any position of public service, you have to care about other people. But if you're a rapist, you don't care about other people. Therefore, Donald Trump can't fulfill the necessary criteria of caring about other people. Therefore, Donald Trump can't fulfill the necessary criteria of what it means to lead a nation. Okay? But I want you to respond to that, but I also want you to respond to the two rebuttals that I gave to your points about how Kamala Harris was a weaker leader due to the fact that she was less informed and not as well spoken.
Again, man, you're trying to hang me on. I haven't seen the debate, so that's your opinion. I might have the same opinion if I...
Okay, well, apparently when I was gone, he talked about voting machines and whatnot, and he just got a flag for civic and electoral misinformation, so we had to kick him. That was, dude, I don't know what's going on, guys. I feel like I'm in hell today. I feel like we're in hell today. Is it just me, or do these guests suck? Is it just me, or do the guests tonight, like, actually suck? I feel like there's just been something, like, uniquely estranged about every single person that we've had up on the stream to debate today. Uniquely estranged about every single one of them. Every single one of them, just uniquely estranged. There's like, we can't even hold a back and forth dialogue with these people today. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. I'm really dying today. Like I said, guys, we're probably going to cut the stream short just because I'm dying, obviously, if you can't tell. That's a child. Let me thank a couple people on Super Chat, then we're going to go to get the next Trump supporter up here. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, I'm done with this guy. Kick fun. Yeah, well, we got him out of here. Thank you so much, Jay Boogie, for the $10, who says, what the fuck is bro on about? Dude, he was yapping. Freya, thank you for the 12 euros, who says, hey, Dean, my friends and I are watching from France. Just want to say that we love and appreciate what you're doing. Well, huge shout out to Freya and Freya's friends, as well as King of the Golden State with another $10, who says, Timu Jack Black is tripping. That's funny as hell. Thank you, Sun Sky, for the $10. I hope that you're all right. And Maddie, thank you for the $15, who says, Dean, love how you mentioned St. Thomas Aquinas, who studied under Albertus Magnus in Paris and Cologne. I just graduated from Albertus Magnus College and hoping to be a debater in the environmental news. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's awesome that you happen to go to the same school as Aquinas. That's insane. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Here we go, everyone. Looking for the next guest right now, folks. Looking for the next guest right now, quite frankly. Still dying, bro. Still dying. Brett, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 22. 22.
All right. I'm going to blow my nose here, everybody. But why don't you go ahead and tell us why you support Trump in less than 2 sentences?
So, trying to think. I actually don't know. I'm sorry. You feeling better, Dean?
I hate you.
What? What's wrong? Why do you hate me?
Only opposite of the queue if you are an American adult that says that things that Donald Trump is a good president, folks. We're just looking for some Trump supporters, please. I'd appreciate it if y'all would do your very best to follow those rules. Cindy, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. That is CINDY. Thank you so much, Cindy, who says there's a full moon on Wednesday. Hope you feel better. Appreciate you, Cindy. Let's get 150 Cindy W's. I appreciate you. No, it's just allergies. I don't know why they flared up. It seems like they're starting to calm down now, but boy, they got really bad there for a bit. Jay, thank you so much for the $10, who says, for me, allergies almost completely went away after moving to a big city.
Soy boy, soy boy, soy boy, soy boy, soy boy.
Interesting. I appreciate you for the $10, Jay. Let's go to get the next guest up here while I take just one more moment here to blow my nose. Only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. I do apologize for all of the massive delays in the stream today because of the terrible guests and my allergies. Hopefully we're able to get those both of those two things under check. Moving on to the next guest, only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Helen, thank you for the $5. Doria, thank you for the $5. And Carina, thank you for the $10. Who says, try getting nose sprays. Oh, you know what? Fuck. I do have nose sprays somewhere around here. I bought that last time I had really bad allergies on live. I should try to find that. Thank you so much for the $10. If Parker ends up joining back here in a bit, I'll let him take the wheel while I go try to find that nose spray, because that will definitely set me straight. Snort, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
It's funny you're talking about nose spray. My name is Snort.
That is a little bit funny, Snort. I'd be inclined to agree.
But no, he kept the Benjamin legal. I think that's pretty cool.
All right, bro. Why don't you go ahead and hit that disconnect button from the live stream?
The Benjamin, Dean, the Benjamin.
No, they have not passed any federal legislation to protect your access to the Benjamin. In fact, the GOP and the Republican Party is why you don't have federally protected access to the Benjamin.
You telling me the Benjamin's tainted because of Trump?
Yeah, bro.
But I thought the bad Benjamins were coming. The Benjamins was coming from Mexico. Like,
I've never heard that before. That's crazy. I've never heard somebody call it that before. The Benjamins. That's actually wild. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. Aaron, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. That is ERIN. I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Aaron with the 20 says, the only thing I've seen Trump trying to do is line his own pockets at the detriment of the American people. Every single day, Aaron, he's always doing something new to benefit himself at the expense of us. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for the $20. I really appreciate you so much for supporting the streams. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Caitlin?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year and month were you born in?
2008, March 23rd.
So you just turned 18?
Yeah.
Do you promise that you're telling the truth?
Yeah.
You sound pretty young, so I'm just going to ask you a clarifying question. I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're driving on a road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, what does that mean for you if you happen to be on the side of the dotted yellow line?
What's the point? I'm just a fat fucking chud.
All right, guys, stop wasting my time, please. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Thank you, Aniel. That is ANNIEL for the $15, who says, I'm going to go stay with family for a week I didn't know was MAGA. Any tips, please? Honestly, since you're going to be there for a week and there's nowhere else that you could go, my biggest tip would be just not to talk about politics. Try to make that week as easy as possible for you. I appreciate you for the $15. As well as B, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. God damn, B. Let's get 500 BWs. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, B. B with the $50 says, as an anti-Trump service member currently deployed in the Middle East, I hold a lot of respect for what you do. Nobody wants to be out here. I wouldn't wish this level of stress on anybody. Keep on doing what you're doing. You're inspiring a lot of us out here. Bro, B, stay safe, okay? That is absolutely ridiculous. I really hope that you stay safe. Look after yourself. And holy crap, I cannot imagine how stressful that is. Thank you for the $50, B. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
But yeah, I'm going to believe you for 21 picoseconds. Oh my God, guys. Let's go to get the next guest up here. I'm dying. Oh. Math, thank you for the $15, who says, my girlfriend is a massive supporter. You're fun to watch. Well, Matthias and Matthias's girlfriend, appreciate y'all both. Thank you for the $15. Very, very kind of you. As well as Caitlin, thank you for the $20, who says, fighting an awful upper respiratory infection right now, and the streams are keeping me going. Hopefully your allergies get better. Thank you for putting up with the hard right MAGA motherfuckers. Well, I hope that you're able to successfully fight that infection. Thank you for the love and support, and I'm so happy that the live streams are helping you out. Oh my God, I'm dying. We're probably only going to do 2.5 to 3 hours. Hey, man, how old are you? Holy shit. All right, guys, I'm going to lean off screen here just to blow my nose real quick. Then we'll be back to trying to find that next Trump supporter. Holy fucking shit, dude. Terrible. All right, back on to the debates. All right, guys, I've started selecting people from the queue again, but I see that doesn't really seem to work out for us. If you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, spend like 10 cents on TikTok coins and then send the GOAT gift. It is literally 1 cent. We will be bringing people up into the live stream that send the GOAT gift that also don't look like a troll, like AKA you just look like a real person who legitimately wants to debate. Oh, Ryan Browsers, just completely ignore that donation that I sent you. Sorry, Ryan. Hey, man, I didn't mean to invite you, bro. My bad. Let's go to get the next guest up here. We got Damaris loading in. Guys, please only send that GOAT GIF if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only send that GOAT GIF if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are team.
Okay, I'm going to ban you for abusing the mechanisms I'm giving to Trump supporters to join the stream. Ali, do you support Trump?
I do, but like as a protest sort of vote type of thing where if Kamala was voted in, she would have been so corporate shill of like a Democrat that she wouldn't have made any change and we wouldn't have like this blue wave. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a midterms that's all for Democrats because of Trump being so shitty. So I kind of support him in that way. I voted for him once, but that was like not this last time. I didn't vote for anyone this last time. And I don't think I voted for him before that, but once I know I did. And I voted for Bernie Sanders too, so I'm kind of like, I don't know.
Wow, bro. Yeah. Wow. Okay, listen. I understand having reservations with the Democratic Party. All right. I have a lot of reservations with the Democratic Party myself because I am further left than the Democratic Party. All right. But we should always be voting for the candidate and which will bring about the most flourishment in comparison to the alternative. We should always be voting for the candidate that will bring about the best material conditions in comparison to the alternative. Okay. And saying that because the material conditions that Kamala Harris would have brought forth would have been better than Trump, but not as good as you would like them to be. Therefore, you're going to vote for Trump and co-sign yourself to, for literally no reason whatsoever, killing 14 million people across the world over the course of the next 4 years that wouldn't have died if Kamala Harris was elected. Taking access to healthcare.
I think we would have been in the Iran war with Kamala too. She was a war hawk. She was funded by, and it's...
So the 14 million people that I'm talking about aren't from any war. They're from Donald Trump defunding USAID.
Well, most of that went to like the Republic of Congo. It went to a little bit of Ukraine and all that, but it didn't go to like the starving people of America. And I know he cut food stamps and all that stuff, and I don't agree with that. But the fact that he's done all this shit means it's going to wake up people that were sleeping before, that would have slept if Kamala was picked. They're like, oh shit, he's like, there's abortions aren't legal now, so you can't do this. And it's like, they're waking up. And if you gave me a choice between like Gavin Newsom versus...
Okay, listen.
I'm not going to choose Gavin Newsom because he's a shill too.
I could give you a study from the Lancet that indicates over the course of the next 4 years, 14 million people are going to die on the global stage that wouldn't have died if Kamala Harris was elected. Okay, and here's my thing. I do agree with you that the Trump administration is waking people up. Okay? There are very loud and effective progressive movements across the nation today that kind of exist and are sustained as adversarial groups to the Trump administration. But what are they actually? What are they actually standing against? Just let me finish. What are these groups? What are these progressive groups across the country, including myself, actually standing against? Well, we're actually standing against the very legitimate and material harm that Trump is causing. We're talking about the 14 million people across the globe that are going to die because of him. We're talking about the girls in Iran that did die because of him. We're talking about the 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states every single day because of him. We're talking about the 10 million low... I'm going to mute you now, Ali. We're talking about the 10 million low-income Americans that have lost access to healthcare when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans that die every single year because of lack of access to healthcare because of him. And quite frankly, I think that you have more dignity than that. I think that I have more dignity than that. I think that every human person has more dignity than to have their life be used as means to an end to fuel political adversary to somebody that we disagree with. Okay? It's a good thing that people are waking up to the harms of the Trump administration, But it's a bad thing that you think the harms of the Trump administration are justified because they're being used as a means to the end of waking people up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead and unmute. I just had to mute you because you interrupted me.
Oh, my camera's off, right? Okay. Sorry, I forgot. I get what you're saying about the harm he's done. Like, I don't like ICE on the streets. I don't like them killing Americans and stuff. But when Obama was in charge, he was deporting a ton of people, but it was behind the scenes, so they didn't know. So now they kind of know, like, I'm definitely not going to vote for this thing now. In terms of the 14 million people dying, is that mostly just US aid? Because you're right, that fucking sucks. I hate that it's this way, but I don't know. There's a couple of things too. Like, I don't think he's a grapist. I think Eugene Carroll.
I want you to actually respond to the point that I made. Instead of mentioning Democrats, instead of mentioning USAID, I want you to respond to my point that I think it's very immoral and privileged for you to treat the lives of individuals like yourself and I as means to the end of fueling political adversary to the Republicans.
Okay, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah, I just want you to respond to the argument though.
I'm trying to, but I kind of have to ask a question that relates to this. Do you think we're going to have a blue wave during the midterms? Mostly
Yes.
Democrats. I think so too, and I'm happy about that. I think if Kamala were elected, that wouldn't be the case. I think it would be a lot of...
I think that there is a lot of progressive, coalition building across our nation that is solely being fueled by the Trump administration's failures.
Right.
What I'm saying, and my argument is, that I want you to address, is the failures are very vicious human rights violations. We're talking about ICE murdering people. We're talking about 14 million people being killed over the course of the next 4 years. We're talking about thousands of Americans dying because of lack of access to healthcare. And I don't think that that level of harm, such vicious rights violations, can ever genuinely serve as means to an end. Okay? I think that those actions are wrong in respect to themselves. I don't think that any outcome that those actions could ever produce, like fueling and sustaining progressive movements, will ever justify the action in of itself. Would we ever sit down and say that it's sometimes okay to rape people if in raping that person you will cause a mass social enlightenment surrounding rape culture? Like, no, it was still wrong to rape that person. Because there are some actions. Just one moment. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. There are some actions and there are some outcomes that are so wrong that there's no consequence of that action that could ever justify it. And what you're trying to tell me is that you think the terrible actions and atrocities of the Trump administration, like killing millions of people, are justified because of the consequence produced by them being fueling progressive movements.
But Kamala would have gone to war with Iran too. I'm 100% certain of that.
Yeah.
She may not have blown up a school full of little girls, but she would have also overall been the same, yet so quiet that we wouldn't have risen up against her for this midterms.
Okay, so it seems like you're conceding the argument that we can justify these really bad actions because of the outcome that they produce, which is fueling progressive movements. And now you're just moving on to the claim, well, it's just true that if Harris was elected, we would see these same outcomes. So that claim is very false, and there's absolutely no reasonable justification that you could give for that claim.
I'm trying to give you the reasonable.
I'm gonna go over.
One
moment. I'm gonna go over some of the outcomes of the Trump administration, and I want you to provide me and everybody else watching the stream, the justification for the claim that it's reasonable to believe that if she was president, these same outcomes would have been produced.
Okay,
outcome
can you go
number
a little
one,
bit, like point by point slowly?
Yeah, sure. Outcome number 1, 66 million American women and girls without access to abortion.
Okay, that happened under Biden's administration. I know the Supreme Court judges were appointed by Trump. However, this is another thing where I'm saying everybody was sleeping on it. They repealed Roe v. Wade. They're going to put it back now. They're going to double down. They're going to make it so that you can have an abortion up until, well, not, to a reasonable point. I'm not like, I don't believe the conservatives that say, liberals get an abortion at whatever late terms. I don't believe that. And most people don't want to get one in the first place. I've been through all this shit myself. So I also get a little heated and frustrated with the other points with E. Jean Carroll, but I'll try not to get sidetracked.
Because remember, the argument that you're trying to give is that if Kamala Harris was president, that same outcome would have been produced. Hannah, thank you for the galaxies.
Well, it happened under Biden's administration, so yeah.
Okay, that's your argument. Let me tell you why that argument is false. Okay, I do agree that it happened while Biden was president, but it seems to be the case that you're just not familiar with the three co-equal branches of our government in the slightest.
I already mentioned this.
Roe v. Wade. One moment. Roe v. Wade being overturned was a decision made by the Supreme Court through the Dobbs decision because of the appointments made by Trump. The president cannot overrule decisions made by the Supreme Court. The president cannot block decisions made by the Supreme Court. The president cannot change the decisions made by the Supreme Court. The president cannot alter decisions made by the Supreme Court. The president cannot reverse decisions made by the Supreme Court. So to be clear, when you say the reason why you know if Harris was president today, there would still be 66 million American women and girls without access to abortion, is because that was overturned under Biden. Well, the thing is fundamentally Biden bared zero responsibility for that outcome in the slightest.
I know that was in the past, so I'm looking towards the future where I'm saying, let me ask you a quick question. It relates to this. If you have, say, two different candidates, progressive candidates are running against Trump. One is Mamdani, one is Gavin Newsom. I'm going to sit out the vote for Gavin Newsom if it's him versus Trump. I am going to vote for Mamdani if it's him.
Okay, sorry, you're pivoting. You're pivoting. Once again, you made the claim that if Harris was president today, we would see these same bad outcomes that we are observing due to the fact that Trump is president today. And I'm asking you to specify how that claim is reasonably true by giving me evidence to believe it. Okay. And we're going data point by data point to demonstrate the bad outcomes of the Trump administration. Stop. Okay. So the first data point was 66 million American women and girls having their human rights infringed on by having their access to abortion taken away by Trump. So can you give me evidence to believe that the same set of occurrences would be true today if Harris was president, given the fact that she campaigned on passing federal policy to codify federal protections for every woman and girl's right to access?
You yourself said she wouldn't have been able to change the Supreme Court, so they were already there as Trump supporters.
Her path to action was not to change the Supreme Court ruling. Her path to action was to pass federal policy to protect women and girls' access to abortion.
Well, I didn't know that, so it doesn't mean like even if Mickey Mouse became president, they would still be Supreme Court appointed judges by Trump. But I get what you're saying. She could have done policy to prevent that.
Yeah, her goal wasn't to get SCOTUS to reconsider their ruling. Her goal was to get Congress to pass legislation. Okay, so you accept that that's one way that Kamala Harris would have been a significantly better president than Trump. Let's go and move on to the second, because once again, you were still arguing the claim that we would see the same outcomes across the world if Harris was elected.
No, you were just talking about the abortion point. And
I know, we're just moving point by point.
Are locked in.
Okay, so second point. Okay, one really bad outcome from Trump was his defunding of USAID, which according to The Lancet is projected to kill 14 million people across the globe by leaving them without access to essential social programs and allowing HIV, malaria, and AIDS to transmit to a significantly higher degree, and that's projected to kill 14 million people. So what's the argument that if Harris was elected, she also would have killed 14 million people over the course of the next 4 years?
So if Harris were elected, and forgive me, I should know this, but the House and the Senate would have still been mostly Republican, right?
If Harris was elected, this indicates that she would have won essential swing states. And because she would have won essential swing states, likely so would the Democrats. So we would have seen a Democratic majority in Congress. But could you please give me the argument that if Harris was elected, we also would have seen 14 million people die over the course of the next 4 years, the same way we're expecting that and projecting that as an outcome of Donald Trump's attempts and successes in defunding USAID?
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want you to hear me out for a second on this. Most of the U.S. aid went to Africa and maybe some parts of Ukraine, and I forget where else, but just these handful of countries. I'm of the mind, why can't we feed our hungry people in America, which I know you're going to say he cut food stamps, but here's my point. Because he made people go through working programs and all this stuff to get food stamps, it pissed off a lot of people. That wouldn't have happened with Kamala. So, you know what I'm saying? This contributes another thing to the midterms being blue.
Okay.
And I'm upset because he should feed Americans.
You're pivoting again. So you made the claim that if Harris was elected, we would have seen the same outcomes from the White House.
That wasn't
we're
my
observing
claim.
today.
I was just saying that in terms of the first point.
Okay. So you agree that if Harris was elected, the material conditions for like millions and millions and millions of people would have been significantly better off.
Yeah, she wouldn't have cut food aid. I know that.
Perfect. So millions and millions and millions of people would still be alive over the course of the next 4 years that are not going to die because of Trump.
But during these midterms and this upcoming election, we would have a conservative person, probably like Trump or Vance, who would cut it. And it's just she's not going to make any progressive policies that actually help starving people, because food stamps barely even cuts it as it is. She needs to fund it more, but she's not going to.
Okay, well, actually, in comparison to Trump, she would have funded it more. And if you think that funding it more is a good thing, then you think that she would have been the preferable candidate.
I agree. No, I agree with that. I'm just saying she could do more, and she's not going to be the
well,
progressive
the
hero
claim,
we need.
Well, the claim that Kamala Harris could have done more because we're both further left than the Democratic Party is not equivalent to the conclusion that therefore we shouldn't have voted, or we should have voted for Trump like you did.
So you don't think there's any validity to the argument that just kind of throwing a wrench into everything and blowing it all up by protest voting or not voting for him?
Yes, I find no validity in that argument because I think it forsakes the dignity of human people. The 14 million people that are going to die over the course of the next 4 years, you foresaw their dignity has been forsaken by yourself because you protest voted.
With the French Revolution. People had to starve and like fight in the streets before they actually, cut off Marie's head. Like, we have to have a little bit of I'm just saying, I don't think we would
so it's your position that people need to die. It's your position that we have to have those 14 million people over the course of the next 4 years
to keep our democracy alive, an actual democracy. I mean, it takes sacrifices.
Okay, so you're arguing that we wouldn't have an actual democracy if Kamala Harris won the election, and we need to help and support Trump win to keep our democracy alive, and that's going to take the sacrifices of ensuring that a rapist is in a position of power, of ensuring that the victims in the Epstein files never get their justice, of ensuring that 14 million people over the course of die over the course of the next 4 years across the globe, ensuring that women and girls have their human rights infringed on a daily basis.
Every time you bring up E. Jean Carroll, it's annoying.
Let me ask you this question. She
didn't get raped.
That is true. She absolutely did get raped.
She did not.
Oh, by the way, I just want to let y'all know, for everybody that tells me I never debate leftists, I'm debating a leftist right now. So, go ahead. By the way, not every leftist is like this person. I just want to clarify that. Not every leftist is like this person. Leftists are not a monolith.
We're kind of like a fringe group. I'm sorry.
Leftists are not a monolith, by the way, everybody. But anyways, I've just seen so many people saying, oh, if Dean were to ever actually debate a leftist, well, he would just get absolutely slam dunked and he'd get ripped to shreds. And this is why he only talks to like low IQ Trump supporters. So, I mean, hopefully this conversation changes your mind. But ma'am, I think that you're fucking crazy. I think that you don't value the dignity of human people. I think that you're okay with heinous and vicious things happening to human people if it means that like your self-interested desires are like soothed in very minimal
it's to
senses.
Fight the oligarchy.
Like keeping Democrats.
The oligarchy requires sacrifices. It really does.
Yeah, fighting the oligarchy requires making a billionaire president. So fucking true. I've never heard a better argument ever in my life.
No, he's the one who's throwing a wrench into everything. He's the one who's transparently corrupt so that all of America wakes the fuck up. Before I was going to debate you, I looked at the Cut article because it's a straight up excerpt from E. Jean Carroll's book. And her book is titled something like basically fuck men, like what are they even good for, a proposal type of thing. But the article is you can Google this, thecut.com, or The Cut, just Dean and E. Jean Carroll, whatever her dress was. Okay, The Cut article, Donald Trump, Donna Karen jacket dress. And unfortunately, it's behind a paywall now. So it wasn't like that when I read it, but it was right from her book. She's on her way out of Bergdorf Goodman, and Trump walks in, and he's like, hey, you're that article lady, because she wrote an advice column, which tells me she's not stupid. She's an advice columnist. So she sees him, and she's like, you're that, what do you call it? You're that tycoon of whatever, real estate. And he's like, help me find a gift for this girl. They make their way all the way down to the lingerie section of this store, and apparently no one's around. No one's got tapes on, and sorry, I'm just getting worked up because, like, it makes me feel like women who've actually gone through crap are getting diminished by women like this who are like, oh, he touched my butt, oh, he did this, so it's horrible, I got raped. It's like, no, bitch, you went into the dressing room with him. She was in the women's section with lingerie, joking around with him. Went in there, and what I think happened, because it's all hearsay, we don't have this on camera, so you act like you know what happened. He got a little rough with her. She didn't like it. She didn't even drop her purse. Her Hermes bag was still in her hand when she pushed him off of her. So, or whatever. It was not like this. Sorry, I gotta take a breath. He got a little aggressive, which warrants, I guess, the whole sexual abuse verdict. But there was not a rape verdict, because you and I both know it was contentious to even call it rape. She says she doesn't know if he stuck his fingers in her or if it was his teeny little micro penis. She couldn't tell. She also said if there were cameras, she wouldn't use them in court because it would just look like a sexy encounter. If you can't tell if it's a sexy encounter or a violent rape, it's not a violent rape. Ugh. So he got a little rough. She didn't like it. She left. Big fucking deal. Here's your $88 million.
Wow. I guess for everybody watching, this is a really good reminder that ultimately there are around 125 million Americans on the left and 125 million Americans on the right. And whenever you find a group of people that is constitutive of 125 million, some people are going to be batshit crazy. And I think that this is a great example. This leftist down here is batshit crazy. So let's go through it. The first thing that you said is that, you know, she invited / followed him into the dressing room. You're right. She did testify to that in court. Okay. Do you agree that husbands can rape their wives?
Oh my God, that's a hard question to answer because I was going over this in my mind in case you were going to ask. It's hard because I was with my boyfriend and I told him no over and over and he still did it anyway. I was pissed and I tried to think to myself, would I actually classify that as rape? So I wouldn't classify it as normal violent rape. I wouldn't classify it as much as like a small on the lower end, like a tap on the butt. It's somewhere in the middle or towards the lower end. So like if he were prosecuted, I would only want him to have like half the time as a normal person. You know what I mean?
Rape.
I think that's why I'm getting so like fueled by this, and you think I'm crazy. I'm not. I'm just emotionally charged.
Rape is unconsensual sex. It's nothing more.
It's life is so gray.
Listen,
the fact that you guys take everything so black and white.
Rape is pretty black. Rape is pretty black and white.
Not really.
It's either you were raped, okay. There's a sexual action done unto you, okay, that included penetration that was unconsensual, or you were not raped. There was not a sexual action. One moment, just one moment.
Okay.
There was not a sexual action done unto you that involved penetration that was without consent. So when you tell me that like maybe rape can't occur in relationships because you're in a relationship, well,
not now.
As long as it meets,
I don't think. Sorry.
Listen, I'm already really struggling today. I think I'm sick. I am sneezing every like 3 seconds. I'm super congested.
Have you had any Benadryl?
It's really hard for me to focus on my arguments that I'm making right now just because of all of the allergy shit I got going on. But when you interrupt me every 2 words, it just makes it impossible.
I'll stop. Last thing, have you had any Benadryl or anything like that?
It's something you take at night. It makes you doze off.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were tired from that. That's why I asked. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
So I'm actually going to blow my nose, and then I want to respond to what you said without you interrupting me, please.
Okay.
This sucks so much. I'm actually dying today. I think that we're definitely going to be cutting the stream short. But anyways, to get back into what I was saying. So it doesn't matter if you're a married woman. It doesn't matter if you're a woman in a relationship. It doesn't matter if you know the man. It doesn't matter what you are wearing. It doesn't matter how you presented yourself. It doesn't matter what sequence of events led to the outcome. If there was unconsensual penetration, there was rape. Okay? And there are so many scenarios where we will see really shitty men tell women and girls otherwise to get them to doubt themselves. And there are many scenarios where women will doubt themselves, including you, okay? And this is not only bad for the reason that it has caused you to
I feel the same way in reverse, sorry.
The experiences that you've gone through, but it's also bad in the sense that you seem to be projecting this mindset onto other individuals to undermine the experiences that other women have went through, okay?
I have a question. Oh, I have a question.
So women, Allie, just what do you want to ask?
If she's laughing with him right before, she's joking, and she goes into a female woman's dressing room, isn't that some sort of implied consent? It wasn't until a little bit after they were into it, he got way too aggressive, and that was fucked up, I admit, but it's not GRAP. So...
Do you agree that husbands can rape their wives, yes or no?
It's a hard question. I lean towards yes.
Okay, so you don't think that marriage is implied consent, but you think a kiss is implied consent. You don't think that marriage is implied consent, but you think that laughing is implied consent.
Flirting. She said he was pretty. You guys need to read the excerpts.
You understand that a woman can flirt with a man without wanting to fuck that man, right?
Yeah, my point is she could have left.
I'm so sorry. Like, if we were to assume your understanding of the mechanisms and the ways in which consent works, literally, if a woman talks to a man, then apparently that man owns her body and can do whatever he wants to it. If a woman flirts with a man, that man, I'm gonna mute you, Allie. That man owns her body and can do whatever he wants to it. If a woman kisses a man, that man owns her body and can do whatever she wants to it. Flirting is not consent to sex, okay? Talking is not consent to sex. Kissing in virtue of itself, okay, is not consent to sex. A woman can kiss a man without giving her body to him, okay? And the really big point that I want to make here is clearly E. Jean Carroll going into the dressing room with him is not consent for him to penetrate her vagina. Okay, in the same way that a woman marrying a man and going into a lifelong committed relationship with him is not consent for that man to rape the wife, which is exactly why marital rape exists. And that's just a fact. And frankly, I'm so disgusted by your attempt to undermine her testimony and what she was able to prove to that court. I'd call her a liar. Because think about it this way. Why would she even share the complexities about how maybe there was something going on between the two of them? Made clear by the fact that she was willing to go into the dressing room with him. Why would she even make that clear and be vulnerable about the entirety of the engagement that unfolded if she was lying? Because very clearly, that gives the power and ability to rape apologists such as yourself to then turn around and use that experience against her. But for the last time, flirting does not equal consent. What you wear does not equal consent. What you say outside of saying that you want to have sex does not equal consent. Okay? A kiss does not equal consent. And I want you to understand that, okay? Especially when two people are just meeting one another. I also want that point to be really clear. You know, I think when you build a relationship with somebody and you spend years of your life with them, okay, it's like you get to know each other, okay? And sexual intercourse can be mutually initiated, okay, without sitting down and saying, I do, okay, based on a mutual
but that's what
understanding
it sounds like you're saying.
of enthusiastic body language and movements, okay? But these people just met each other. What are we doing?
I feel like if you want the long answer, I can give you that. If you want the short answer is going to be, let's agree to disagree on that one. The long answer is kind of, I'll try to make it short too, but if you remember the Me Too movement personally, there was on a scale of 1 to 10, up 10 was Harvey Weinstein. He was a piece of shit asshole. On level 1, I would put Louis C.K., who whipped out his dick and tried to jerk off in front of women who later said they didn't want to see that. I put this shit at like level 1 or 2, and I'm sorry if I find the gray area and the gray scale for you is too fucked up to go into. If you're comfortable being in the black and white and the yes and no, that's okay, but I slightly disagree. I would like to move forward with your other points, because this is just like...
What do you specifically disagree with?
For me, the definition of rape is unconsensual penile penetration, basically that. And the
so
courts...
it would be rape with the fingers.
That's
so what's
not
the
rape.
relevant...
It's not like
so what's the
super
relevant
violent.
difference? What's the relevant difference between a man penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers and penetrating a woman's vagina with his penis that makes it rape in one case but not the other?
Dude, I've had bigger ones, so it's painful, and especially the way they use it. And if they just stick it up your ass, it's gonna be way less painful with a finger than a fucking dick. Are we really gonna play games? Like, you can't tell me if you're in a strip club there to look at naked women who are there willingly to show their bodies. If a manager or owner of that strip club comes in and looks, it's like, oh my God, that's a problem. That's basically what Miss USA was. They were showing off their bodies. Oh my God, they looked at their bodies that they're there to sell. It's on a scale of 3 or 1, maybe. I don't know, but it's not a big Harvey Weinstein.
Wow. Okay. So you said the relevant difference between a man penetrating a woman's vagina forcefully with his finger and penis, that makes it rape in one case but not the other, is going to be pain caused by size of the thing. And because penises are typically larger than fingers, this means that it's therefore rape with a penis but not with a finger. So if a man has a penis that is the... One moment. If a man has a penis...
And more often...
One moment.
Just have a...
One moment. If a man has a penis that is the same size as the average index finger... Or would you say that that man couldn't even possibly rape a woman? It doesn't matter if he chains them down and forces his penis inside of them. It's not rape because of the smaller size of the penis?
I wasn't just saying size. I'm talking about what I define as rape is like you're going to use a penis in a more sexual manner than you would your finger. If you're fingering somebody, it's not always like, I don't know how else to talk to you about this without you just immediately dismissing me. So if we could just go to your next point, that would be great.
Well, no, I want you.
We were talking about abortions.
I want you
and
to
now
respond.
It's like rape,
I want you to
and
respond to the point.
Policies?
I want you to respond to the point. I asked you why it's rape with a penis but not rape with a finger, and then you said because the penis is bigger and could cause more pain. Okay, so therefore, if a penis is smaller and causes the same amount of pain as a finger, it's not rape with a penis.
I feel like either you're not listening to me or I'm lagging a bit. It's also the manner in which you use a penis, which is almost always sexual or going piss. And a manner in which you use a finger. It's the manner also.
If a man uses his fingers to penetrate a woman's vagina, forcefully or not forcefully, that is sexual. Outside of an OBGYN or a doctor on an operating table, when a man penetrates a woman's vagina with his fingers, that is sexual by nature.
If I'm walking like 45 feet through the mall to the lingerie section, laughing, joking, talking about how cute he looks from the last time we hung out, and I'm literally leading him on, and I'm not trying to make the argument you think I am, she has access to the women's changing room. She also has access to all these other doors. It's a mall. You can get the fuck out if you're really that afraid. She's not stupid. She could read the room. She was an advice columnist.
You're now ping-ponging between the means that you are using to blame the victim.
Okay,
I want you to address the last. I want you to address the last point that I made. Okay. I asked you why it's rape for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his penis compared to a man's fingers, and then you said the difference was the size of the thing, aka penises are typically bigger than fingers, and B, the nature always being sexual, the penetration with the thing. So then I clarified, well, we could envision a man with a penis around the same size as the average finger, and according to you that want to be rape, well, then you said, well, it's always sexual for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his penis. Then I said, well, outside of the context of doctors and OBGYNs, it's always sexual for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers. So it seems like there's no meaningful difference between the forced penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's penis or a man's fingers, meaning that if you're going to consider it to be rape in one case, you should consider it to be rape in both cases, okay? You victim-blaming weirdo. Jesus Christ, okay? And then the next thing that you said was, oh, she's walking through a mall and maybe leading him on. Okay,
she consented.
No, I'd like to clarify with one really big important point. We don't know that she was leading him on because she was clearly entertaining some level of attraction just
Yes, we
because
do.
she didn't want to have sex with him. A woman is not leading a man on if that woman flirts with a man, talks to a man, or kisses a man without wanting to have sex with him. Okay, it is true that for many, many, many women and for many, many, many girls, okay, it's not 0 to 100 in the sense that if they find a man attractive, they want to lay down their body and have sex with him. Okay, in many scenarios, women, especially women who have undergone previous experiences of rape and sexual violence, want to get to know a man on multiple independent, intimate, romantic, and non-intimate / non-romantic levels before they're willing to have sex with him. And this is not leading that man on. Because we view leading a man on as like a bad thing to do. So when you accuse a woman who wants to have some level of a relationship with a man as leading that man on because she doesn't want to have sex with him, okay, that is literally rapist logic. Okay, but like even if she was, that doesn't mean that he then had a right to her body.
In general, when you're talking about women, I wholeheartedly agree. And yes, I consent. The whole finger thing still counts as rape. But for me personally, calling what happened to E. Jean Carroll sexual violence diminishes the validity of experiences of women who have actually gone through it, like what I think I have. So, saying she's just, I don't know, she should just be happy with her 88 million. And I feel like we should just move
the
on
only
to the
thing
next topic.
diminishing the validity of the experiences of victims of sexual violence here is you.
I feel like you are. By
So
calling it
I want to
rape when
clarify.
it wasn't.
I want to clarify. Okay, well, you actually just conceded that it was rape because you conceded that the forced penetration of a
because you're not
woman's
going to
vagina
take
with a
any
man's
other
finger is
answer,
rape.
and I want to move on.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm so fucking sorry for diminishing the lived experiences of victims of sexual violence because I think that a man can rape a woman with his fingers. I'm so fucking sorry for thinking that newborns who have their sexual organs penetrated by
All right,
old men with
Jesus,
their
don't.
fingers because their male member is too large to fit in the newborn into the newborn's female member is child rape. I guess me calling that child rape is really diminishing the lived experiences of victims of sexual violence. And I bet when you make up about 3 billion excuses for perpetuators of sexual violence by saying, oh, she was leading him on, therefore he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants to her body. Oh, she had many opportunities to slap him in the face and run away, and because she didn't, therefore she was responsible for her own raping, that therefore I'm the one diminishing the real lived experiences of victims. No, bro, you're crazy. I'm so sorry. You are legitimately perpetuating very, very, very terrible beliefs, very, very
And
terrible
you're too sick
views
to be getting
that
this
only
angry,
uphold
so
the system.
stop. I'm just one crazy bitch from nowhere. It doesn't matter. I didn't
So I
vote
want to
last time.
clarify.
It doesn't
You
fucking
think,
matter.
Listen. I don't even think I'm showing you anger. I don't think that me speaking with passion, okay, on refuting the claims made by you, which in turn perpetuate sexual violence on a very, very, very high level because you are low-key telling me the same things a rapist would tell me in order to justify what they did, that I'm responding with passion is anger? No, this is not anger. This is passion.
Okay, well, regardless, it's raising your blood pressure and mine. I'm upset because I'm triggered, and I didn't know what else to tell you other than we're going to have to agree to disagree.
Well, frankly,
Is there
I would
another
question
point?
people. One moment. Frankly, I would question people who don't have their blood pressure raised when they hear you literally just like spam every excuse possible for why a victim of rape is not a victim of rape. And after you spam every excuse possible for why a victim of rape is not a victim of rape, you then turn around and say everybody who disagrees with you is undermining the lived experiences of true victims of sexual violence. It's just like the cherry on top, the cyanide cherry on top. I would question anybody who doesn't have their blood pressure even slightly raised by that.
Someone I knew who used to be my friend a long time ago, believe me or don't, she had a sister who she asked to go out and get some food for her from wherever, and she went out. It was close by. They found her unconscious, beat up in a ditch, and it turns out later she was beat unconscious and raped, and that's what I consider a GRAP and not what happened to EG. So I'm sorry, okay? And I don't know how else to say. Like, I just don't believe that it's the same. Women are tougher than you're fucking making them out to be, okay? And
Yeah,
no,
bro,
he
quick
doesn't
question.
get to do whatever he wants to her, but she left. That's what she did.
Yeah, bro,
She had
quick question.
agency.
Quick question, okay? So if I were to break into your house, point a gun at your head, and then hit you over the head with it to knock you unconscious, and then steal all of the valuable possessions from your house and leave, Did I rob you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. If I were to break into your house, point a gun at your head, not knock you unconscious, and you just kind of stood there because you had a gun at your head, and I stole all of your valuable
implying
possessions.
she had no choice,
And
and
then
I'm
I
saying she
left.
did.
One
That's our
moment.
fundamental difference.
Did I rob you?
Like I said, you're implying
Did I rob
that
you?
she didn't have
Just
any
did I rob you?
choice.
Just please, just did I rob you?
What was the hypothetical that you come in with a gun, you point it at me, and you say,
Yeah,
"Give
but
me your
I
shit"?
don't knock you out this time. But you're just like scared
Yeah.
of getting shot, so you just let me take everything in your house. Did I rob you?
Well, because they're forcing
did I
me. I have
rob you?
100% no choice but
Just
to
did-
say,
just
of
did I rob
course,
you?
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Okay, I did rob you. Perfect. Now, next question. If I break into your house and I don't even point a gun at your head, but you think I could have a gun or I could harm you in some way, so then you just sit there quietly and silently while I
No,
take
I
all the
would get a
valuable
gu- no,
possessions
that's
from
when
your
I
house.
act-
Okay.
that's when I act like
stop
she
interrupting
was a
me,
woman.
Allie. And then you just sit there quietly and silently while I
I
take
wouldn't,
all the
and she
possessions from
shouldn't.
your house because you think that I could have a gun or could harm
I
and
wouldn't
hurt
do
you in a
that.
very serious way. I'm not asking you if you would do that. I'm asking you if you did do that. In this scenario, would I still be guilty of robbing you? Could I still go to jail for burglary?
I don't know. That's more murky because this person doesn't have a gun. What's the implied threat? Is he hitting walls? Is he
Bruh.
yelling? Is he just standing there? If
Bruh.
he's just standing there, how the fuck is he
Bruh.
robbing me?
Dude. Oh, how the fuck is he robbing me when he like busts down your door and you don't
Okay,
like
never
try
mind.
to.
That was the implied thing. I didn't hear that part. But okay, that's still well. That's
Okay, so
just
he's
also
still
implied that
still
you have no
robbing you without
choice
pointing a
but
gun
to
at
be
your head,
robbed.
right?
What?
He's still robbing you without pointing a gun at your head, right?
If he busts open your window and says, "Give me your shit," that's still robbing you. Yeah.
Right, perfect. Even if he didn't point a gun at your head, and even if he didn't knock you
It's
unconscious.
harder to say that
So
it is,
Allie,
though, because
so here's
he
the
could-
thing. Here's the thing. Okay? Right? In all three of those scenarios, I still would have been robbing you. Okay? But then as soon as it's about women getting raped, you say that the rapist has to first knock them unconscious in order for it to actually be rape. Do you know what this tells bad men who want to take advantage of women? That if they don't knock them unconscious, Allie won't consider them a rapist, so maybe they'll get away with it. That's what it fucking tells them. You are actually, like, I'm not even kidding here. You are actually emboldening, okay, and empowering men to rape women. Because what you're telling them is if they don't first knock that woman unconscious, they're not actually a rapist. And then back to this, well, maybe she had the choice to, like, punch him in his gut and run away. Well, this is also victim blaming because guess what? According to multiple resources that I could give you the PMIDs for, including the National Institute of Health, around 70 to 90% of people who are raped experience temporary paralysis because their brain is trying to make sense of what is occurring to them. And then it induces this type of freeze response that is very, 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 very primordial in the sense that it was driven by evolution, that when a big predator is trying to kill you, you just act like you're already dead and maybe they won't kill you. The same type of freeze response that we see in non-human animals when humans get aggressive towards those animals or predators get aggressive towards the prey is the same type of evolutionary driven response that we see in 70 to 90% of rape victims. They literally experience, per the doctors, temporary paralysis. It's called fawning.
Dude, you gotta stop muting me because you are doing the same thing by undermining my intelligence that you would do to E. Jean. I know what fight, flight, or freeze is, for fuck's sake. I know evolutionary psychology. I know this shit. You don't have to explain basics. You just keep working from a false premise or for something like your hypothetical was a guy busts open your window, he violently comes into your house and says, "Give me your shit." He didn't have to have a gun. The breaking in part was the violence. So your whole thing was misconstrued, and then you went on this whole rant
Exactly.
about
Just
how
like
I
a
don't
man
know
doesn't
what
have to
fight or
first
flight
knock
is.
a woman unconscious, the whole forcefully penetrating her vagina was the violence.
Okay. I'm just saying, you know, if there's a Gavin Newsom versus a Trump, I'm not going to vote. If there's a Mamdani versus Trump, I'll vote. I'll be a liberal. I'll be a goody two-shoes. But I'm not fucking working from this premise of Kamala would have been better because after her election, we would have had a Trump. We would have had backlash.
You make the left look fucking terrible. You should just keep your political opinions about Zoran Mamdani to yourself because you are Fox News's wet fucking dream. You are everything.
I didn't know that. I'm not trying to be
you are everything. You are everything and more. Okay, that the right wishes the left was. You are a radical, crazy extremist that lacks coherent political and moral ideologies and frameworks. Okay, you are legitimately a radical extremist, and you are absolutely 110% doing a disservice to leftist communities. And I'm saying that as somebody that's not even a leftist. You are embarrassing. Genuinely fucking embarrassing. And on a real note, go to fucking therapy. Go to fucking therapy. Because I'm just going to be real. I bet that what you believe and why you believe it is consequential of what happened to you. This whole time you've been demeaning victims because maybe the perpetuator was your boyfriend or husband. This whole time you've been demeaning victims because they weren't totally knocked unconscious and then left in a ditch. Earlier you told us that your boyfriend raped you without knocking you unconscious. You are demeaning yourself. Go to therapy. Usually I say this shit kindly to people who join my live stream and they talk to me and in the process of that better understand what happened to themselves. But frankly, bro, this is a perfect example of impact over intent. I don't think I have it in me to tell you these things with politeness, okay? When you turn around and you use your own repressed trauma that you can't understand to like genuinely perpetuate some of the most harmful social attitudes that are possible to exist that then cause the same thing to happen to so many other people. All right? But because I still ultimately do believe they are consequential of what happened to you, please, for the love of God, for the love of human people, for the love of society, for the love of women and girls, and for the love of yourself, go to therapy. Talk to a fucking professional. You absolutely need to unpack what happened to you so you can unpack your egregiously harmful views that you were perpetuating on other people like you. Okay? Hit the mute button and unmute because we can't hear you. Maybe that's just a sign from God that I should just kick her. Okay. Let's just go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. I have quite a few people to thank for the love on Venmo, for the love on PayPal, for the love on Super Chat. If you would like to support me, if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to ask a question or get a message across, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link here in the bio. Dude, I just opened up the Discord. I saw somebody give a message adding like 5 trillion people saying that the guest was gone. Like 5 trillion people from my Discord had to like literally stop watching the stream because of how incredibly triggered the things that she was saying were. To be fair, they were fucking disgusting, dude. That was gross as hell. I just can't even believe it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. Yes, I do. My name is Jack. I'm 22.
Okay. Sounds good, man. Give me one moment here to blow my nose. But in the meantime, feel free to...
Yes, sir.
Feel free to tell us why you support Trump.
Absolutely. I support Trump because his entire career, he ran on the idea that he would close the border. He closed it to, I believe, I don't have the data in front of me, but 99% border crossings reduction within a couple of weeks of being in office, insane. I think it's crazy. I think he has the right motivation for this country. I mean, if you look at cities like, I live in San Francisco. If you look at cities like San Francisco, they're being destroyed, right? There's homeless people wandering the streets constantly. It's like there are open drug markets. My parents got invited to a party the other day. They had to wade. They had to take a specific route through the city to avoid encampments. You know, Donald Trump is actually cleaning up our cities, repainting monuments. You know, taking people off the streets.
All right, thanks,
I
man.
think it's beautiful.
I need to thank quite a few people for their donations to the stream, so you might be hanging out with me for like 2 or 3 minutes. But then as soon as I'm done doing that, I'll respond to everything that you just said, okay?
Okay.
This is on Venmo. Miss Skylar, SKYLR, thank you for the $20 donation. I really appreciate you, Skylar. Let's get to her Skylar W's, who says, I'm amazed by you with every stream and every VOD I watch, and I've been watching for a long time, but your conversation with Ali was God's work. That was hard. You were golden. Thank you so much, Skylar. I try my best there, bro. Honestly, I kind of even caught myself slipping because of how frustrated I was with what she was saying. And that only happens to me very rarely in like the most extreme conversations. Thank you so much, Jamie, for the $10, who says, thank you for citing research validating the fawn response. This guest is definitely struggling with something internally that she's afraid to address. Yeah, that's why I told her to go to therapy. Tina, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Let's get 400 Tina W's. Thank you so much, Tina. That is, wow, very kind of you. Tina with a $40 says, wow, that last guest was absolutely disgusting. Thank you again for standing for all survivors and educating those such as her. Yeah, I appreciate you for the love, Tina. She was so fucking disgusting. Same thing to you, Ben. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Ben W's. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Ben. Thank you so very much. Ben with a $50 says, you act like calling one thing rape somehow steals seriousness away from another victim. It doesn't. Somebody else's trauma is not a talking point off of yours. Yes, absolutely, Ben. I couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Thank you for the $50. As well as, quite frankly, thank you for the $10 who says, I have so much respect for your critical thinking and logical reasoning abilities. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, quite frankly. I know that you've been watching for a while, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Helen, for the $15. Let's get 150 Helen W's. Emily and Katrina, appreciate y'all both for the 5. Kristen and T, thank you guys for the 5. And then Mr. Matthew, thank you for the $15, who says that last woman was so disgusting. Why would any woman ever support Trump? She was genuinely so fucking lost, bro. And then Jessica and Lauren, I appreciate y'all both for the $5. And Alyssa, thank you for the $20, who says, I hope that this woman learns that what happened to her was SA. I was in the same boat with my husband. I feel sorry for her and hope that she's given... the fact that she's giving him some sort of excuse, you have to fully accept it and move on. Alyssa sent that in a while ago, like before she really started going off the rails, but I agree with you. I appreciate you for the $20. Amy, thank you for the $10. And Robot, thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Colin. Thank you so much for the $10. And Ben, thank you so much for the $25, who says, a fascinating ethical framework. If enough people learn from a bad event, the bad event itself becomes commendable. Apparently, that's what she was saying, dude. Thank you for the $25, Ben. Let's get 250 Ben W's. As well as Sabrina with the $20 says, take care of yourself, Dean. I'll try my best. I am really oddly sick today, though, but I appreciate you for the $20, Sabrina. And then Harmony, thank you so much for the $15. Shout out to your friend Mel. Thank you so much, Mayo, for the $7. Aya, thank you for the $10. And Christopher with the $10 says, Flonase, Dean. Yeah, I probably need to pick up some Flonase. And with all that being said, we're actually all caught up on Venmo. Thank you guys all so much for the love. Show some massive love to all of our donors on Venmo down below in that comment section. A couple people to thank on PayPal real quick. Thank you for the $5, Amber. That is very kind of you. Wendy, thank you for the $25, who says, thank you for standing up for survivors to people like that last guest. I just can't believe that I was standing up for survivors to a survivor. Wow, that's just, wow, man. I appreciate you for the $24, Wendy. Let's get 200 Wendy W's. That is very kind of you. Thank you for supporting what we do. Same thing to you, Courtney, with the $24, who says, you speaking about children and babies being assaulted was powerful. I'm 42 and I have PTSD from in my childhood, and you just healed something with what you said. I appreciate you so much for the love, Courtney. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you in your childhood. It is genuinely one of those things that sticks with you forever, and I'm just so grateful for you being here. Thank you so much, Courtney. Please show some love to Courtney. Same thing to you, Braxton. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Braxton W's. God damn, dude. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll look that up. Braxton. Thank you so much for the $50, dude. Ridiculously kind of you. So much money. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Caitlin, with the $10, who says, had to leave because of how crazy the shit that she was saying. Well, I hope that you're back now, Caitlin. I agree. That was fucking insane. Jenna with a $5 says, thank you for saying those things about consent. Well, I appreciate you. Melissa, thank you for the $5. Allie, thank you for the $6. Josephine, thank you for the $10, who says, love from the UK. Love what you do. Thanks, Josephine. And then Evan, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, please don't read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself, Evan. Shout out to you and yours. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Evan W's. And then Jade with the $10 says, dude, I love your streams. Dope, Jade. Appreciate you. And then SJ, thank you for the $10. I see. I'll keep that message myself. I appreciate you. You know that. Same thing to Anna. Thank you for the $10. And Mr. Charles, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. Fucking hell, Charles. Let's get 1,000 Charles W's. Thank you, man. That is ridiculous. I don't deserve that much money. That is genuinely so incredibly kind of you. Charles with 100 says, what's up, dude? Remember, these Republicans can't guard you. Keep on doing what you're doing. And if it gets too hard, then stick your chest out, keep your head up, and handle it. I appreciate you, Charles. I hope that you're still here so you can hear me thanking you. I know that you sent that in a while ago. I'm very grateful for the love and support, my dude. Thank you so much for the $100. Absolutely ridiculous. Cassandra with the $10 says, go get some Sudafed. I probably do need to go get some Sudafed. B, thank you for the $14. She says, I'd like to thank you for the education on SA. I'm happy that we could provide you that much needed education. It is very, very important. Isabella with the $10 recommends, enjoys the streams. I appreciate you, Isabella. And with all that being said, I think that we're actually caught up on PayPal and on Venmo. We still have quite a couple people to thank on YouTube Super Chat. Honestly, that last conversation just ran for a really long time, and I wasn't able to thank people for like literally an hour and a half. First and foremost, I'm very grateful for every single person who's been supporting the stream today. It's because of people like y'all that we are able to continue to do this for 4 hours, 7 days a week. I'm actually just going to go ahead and start by responding to what this guest said, and then I'm going to weave in thank yous from people on Super Chat. So just expect that in the middle of the debate, dude. But let's go ahead and hop back in. So you told me that you support Trump because he significantly reduced undocumented border crossings. Yeah, sure. What has he done to reduce to significantly reduce undocumented border crossings?
What has he done to significantly reduce border crossings? I mean, I think that okay, so I walk around San Francisco all the time, right? I talk to cops, right? They say that they're being kept from doing their jobs. They're being kept from keeping homeless people off the streets. He did the same thing at the border. He allowed people to actually get deported. He allowed people to keep people from crossing the border, which was not being done under Biden.
So was this like a change in policy? Was this a change in executive orders? Was this a change? What was it? What did he change?
I'm not at the White House, but I can tell you the CBP data shows that daily Border Patrol apprehensions are down 94% from Biden.
I agree. No, don't worry. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm just asking you, like, what he did to cause that. And honestly, like, I don't really expect you to be able to answer this question, but I'm asking it so you could get to a point where you could admit that you can't really answer the question.
I mean, I'm not in the White House. I don't think he publishes exactly every single action he does. But
cool.
If you look at the data, you can see what's happening.
Awesome. So you agree that this data exists. Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn back on the screen on YouTube. My bad, folks. So you agree that this data exists, okay? Yeah. But you just can't explain the data. Well, guess what? I can. I can explain why border crossings are down significantly. It's actually quite simple. Okay. The reason why border crossings are down quite significantly is because undocumented immigrants are just simply now too scared to use undocumented means of entry to come into this nation. He scared them away by infringing on...
saying undocumented, you mean illegal means of entry?
Yeah. Undocumented immigrants have been too scared to use illegal means of entry to come into this country.
Which is... So you're saying that they've been scared to break the law?
Yeah.
And you think that's a bad thing?
Been very scared. Yeah, because of the means that he used to make them scared of breaking the law. Yeah.
You're right. I feel so bad for all those immigrants that are scared to break the law. We should make them feel more comfortable breaking the law.
I think that we should feel bad for the thing that makes them really scared of breaking the law.
Which is what?
Human, natural, and constitutional violations from the presidency. Because the Trump administration has been attempting to infringe on the Constitution and strip citizens of their citizenship to then line them up for deportation, that scares new entry away. Because the Trump administration has stood by ICE violent murderers, killing citizens and undocumented immigrants alike, and then fighting against any attempt to prosecute them for that action of murder that has scared new entry away. Because the Trump administration is standing by their illegal deportations in violation of individuals' 4th and 14th Amendment rights to place in SICA and El Salvador, where they are literally getting beaten and tortured, that scares new entry away. Okay, but guess what? I don't think that the means justify the ends. I don't think that anything could justify these heinous human rights violations. There's no reason why, no good reason why, ICE has killed more U.S. citizens in the last year and a half than Iran. And I would argue that anybody that does stand by a president wanting to pretend to be a dictator, circumventing Congress, putting himself on top of the Constitution to abuse human rights is definitely a bad person.
Let's go back. You said that it's unconstitutional to enforce the law. In what way is it unconstitutional to enforce border laws?
So I was very specific with what I called unconstitutional. The first thing that I called unconstitutional was Trump's attempt to strip birthright citizenship from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. And then the second thing that And then the second, well, that's one of the things that caused there to be less undocumented entry. Because if Donald Trump is willing to illegally take citizenship away from citizens to deport them, what is he willing to do to actual undocumented immigrants? But then the second thing that I brought up that infringed on the Constitution was Donald Trump illegally deporting undocumented immigrants without giving them due process.
Undocumented immigrants do not need due process.
So that's not true. You're very obviously legally illiterate. You've probably never read the law in your life, which is kind of ironic considering the fact that your argument for why you support Trump hinges on the law.
I have not ever read a law in my life. That's absolutely, those are very dense books. I don't think anybody could read the entire law of the United States. Ending birthright citizenship is also not unconstitutional at all. I think that's what scared people off of the Democratic Party.
Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. Well, first and foremost, so the reason why undocumented immigrants have due process is pretty simple. The Constitution protects both natural rights, which are rights for anybody within the jurisdiction of our country, as it protects rights exclusive for citizens. But one of the natural rights that every person within the jurisdiction of our country has, even if they're not a citizen, would be the natural right to due process. And this is outlined in the Constitution itself. Whoa, my goodness. What's that?
Feel better, Dean. I'm sorry that you're feeling sick.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I'm sick as fuck, but at least I'm still cooking some MAGA arguments. Would you like to respond to the last thing I said about how it is true in accordance with the 4th and 14th Amendment that all people in the jurisdiction of our country, even those that aren't citizens, have a legitimate claim to due process?
Okay, you're saying every single illegal immigrant gets full due process just like a citizen.
Yeah, I'm saying literally every single person
across the border.
Every single person in the jurisdiction of our country has due process in accordance with the 4th and 14th Amendment. Yes.
It doesn't make sense to me that somebody could walk over our border and then use up U.S. resources within a court of law.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Use up U.S. resources, sitting around waiting for their court date, getting a free public defender. If somebody at the border sees somebody crossing across the border, right? Oh my gosh, you just came over. We're gonna go to a court somewhere in San Diego.
Well, actually, no, they don't. They don't go to a court. So when they literally see them crossing over the border, okay, they don't have to go to a court first, but they still have to honor the due process rights of the person that they want to detain and deport.
That's a ridiculous policy, Dean.
Okay, that's the Constitution, bro. You're just calling the Constitution ridiculous, dude.
I did not. That's not constitutional. You're saying the Constitution forces us to run full court for people who snuck across? No, it's not at all true. Federal law lets Border Patrol remove recent crossers caught within 100 miles of the border without a long trial.
Yeah, it's called expedited removal. And the
These
Supreme
are the
Court
kind
ruled.
of ridiculous arguments used by the left.
Hey. I'm sorry that I'm just telling you the truth. So, yeah, what you're referring to is expedited removal. And the Supreme Court ruled that expedited removal must honor that undocumented immigrants' right to due process, but it does honor that undocumented immigrants' right to due process. Yeah, it doesn't matter how long you've been in this country, you have a claim to due process.
How far away from the border?
I mean, under Obama, it was within 50 miles. I think under Trump, it's now up to 250 miles or maybe no mile minimum. I think he's changed that. But it doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you're at or how long you've been in the country. If you're within the jurisdiction of a country, you have a claim and right to due process. No, it doesn't. No, because the 4th and 14th Amendment, because the 4th and 14th Amendment don't say that all people have a right to due process, given that they're within like these specific geographical parameters away from the border, or they've been here for beyond a certain amount of time. No, the 4th and 14th Amendment say very clearly, any and all people have a claim to due process before their rights to life, liberty, or property are abridged upon. That's just the Constitution, dude. And now you're like, oh, look at this liberal argument. Look at this liberal argument. No, buddy. I'm not giving you a liberal argument. I am reciting to you law, like reading to you and reiterating to you the 4th and 14th Amendment. And I'm reciting to you case law, like the ruling from this Supreme Court in 2021 that did rule that even expedited removal has to uphold the undocumented immigrant's right to due process. But it does uphold the undocumented immigrant's right to due process.
You're absolutely lying. Federal law has allowed expedited removal of recent crossers since 1996.
Yeah, and expedited removal has to honor their right to due process. It does.
And people, Dean.
I'm giving you resources here. Could you please could you please respond to the fact? No. Could you please?
What illegal immigrant? Whether
Okay,
illegal
listen.
immigrants
I want you to respond. I want you to respond to the SCOTUS court ruling that I gave you from 2021 that ruled that in circumstances where undocumented immigrants are removed with expedited removal, their right to due process still has to be honored.
Dean. You know what? I will admit to you, I don't know every single law. I don't know every single case law. Okay, but I can tell you that it makes sense in my mind that if somebody is coming across the border, let's say you're a border patrol agent, right? You're looking at someone sneaking through the slats, right? You're telling me you can't put them in cuffs, take them back to Tijuana, right, and then release them?
I'm telling you that you have to ensure.
You're telling me you have to take them to a courtroom in San Diego? You know how long a court case takes?
Bro, you are really fucking stupid. I've already told you this 4 times. I will happily repeat it for a 5th time if you could promise me that you will listen to me, okay?
Wait, am I eyebrow?
Can you promise me that you will listen to me if I tell you this for a 5th time?
I've been listening.
If you were listening, then you wouldn't be asking the question that you just asked because it's something that I've already responded to and explained 4 times. Okay? I'm going to explain it for a 5th time. I'm saying that everybody, including undocumented immigrants within the jurisdiction of our nation, have a constitutional right to due process. In response, you're saying, so if Border Patrol sees somebody sneaking through the border and they literally just came into our country and they saw that they just came into the country, they can't just throw them in cuffs and bring them back over the border. They first have to bring them to a courtroom. Okay, here's my response. They actually don't have to first bring them back to a courtroom. They can kind of just put them in cuffs and then execute what is called expedited removal from the country, which doesn't necessitate a hearing in an immigration court. But this is not equivalent to the claim that therefore undocumented immigrants don't have a legal right to due process. Because in 2021, in the SCOTUS case, Department of Homeland Security versus THUR, you can look this up on your own, they ruled that that process does not abridge upon the right to due process that the undocumented immigrant does have. Basically, what this court ruling stated is that it's not true that that undocumented immigrant does not have a legal claim to due process. It's just rather true that that legal claim to due process is being honored within the due process of expedited removal.
That doesn't make any sense. They don't get any due process because they're being brought right across the border.
According to
There's
the courts,
no due process.
according to the courts, okay, within the system of expedited removal that is in place and all of the boxes that have to be checked in order for expedited removal to take place, they are having their right to due process in accordance with the eyes of the courts and the law honored.
Dean, the reason that Americans voted for Donald Trump is because people like you are arguing that we should allow people to cross across the border illegally, as opposed to if it is true that illegal immigrants are so good for this country,
I haven't argued anything.
Letting them in legally.
I haven't argued anything except for the facts of what the law says. Not at one point in this conversation have I given you my opinion. Not at one point in this conversation have I given you a democratic opinion. Not at one point in this conversation have I given you any type of biased information born out of my political leanings. Okay?
Dean,
the entirety of the conversation that I've had with you is just simply a reflection of what the law says. That's all. Can you please point me towards the democratic opinion? No, one moment. Can you please point me towards the democratic opinion that I've given you in this conversation that you think is the reason why so many people voted for Trump? Can you? Because you've repeated that maybe 10 times now. Yeah. Oh, dude, this democratic bullshit is the reason why people voted for Trump. Repeat the quote-unquote democratic bullshit that I gave you that literally wasn't just a reflection of what the Constitution says and a reflection of what the courts have said about what the Constitution says.
Dean, you have spent the last, 10 minutes, 15 minutes arguing for the rights of illegal immigrants that are crossing over the border to get into our country illegally. It's like you're defending people who are doing illegal things in this country, people who are breaking the law. It's like trying to defend like robbers of stores. You know what I mean? Oh, you know, like the people who are robbing stores.
Let's see if this logic holds up.
Right now.
I'm telling you that the reason that Donald I think you're a hypocrite. I think that you're a hypocrite because you're seemingly getting angry at me for what you think is me defending people who are guilty of victimless federal misdemeanors. Meanwhile, you support a 34-count felon rapist who is guilty of over 1 million infractions upon federal law via his concealment and cover-up of the Epstein files as president. But the point that I really want to address here is my quote-unquote defense of the rights of undocumented immigrants has just been reading you the law. Okay, let's just make this super simple. Let's just make this super simple. Is it true or false that the law, more so the Constitution, says every person in the jurisdiction of this country has a right to due process? Is that true or false?
Dina, you just told me
is it
within
true?
100 miles of the border.
I just want to know. 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 I just want to know, bro. I just need to know, bro.
I believe that
you're horrified of responding to me here. Is it true or false that according to the 4th and 14th Amendment, all people, citizen or not, have a legal and constitutional right to due process in this country? Is that true
I
or
believe
false?
that every person in the world should be treated like a human, but I believe that somebody who is found at the border within 50 miles should be able to take
hey, is it true or false that according to the Constitution, all people in the jurisdiction of our nation have a legal right to due process? Is that true or is that false?
Absolutely false.
Perfect. Give me one court ruling that agrees with you.
Dean, you gave me the court ruling. It was DHS versus Thuraisagian.
Okay.
In 2020. It
so
said
your
that
position.
Freedom crossers get almost no constitutional due process. You
Okay.
were reading me the exact court ruling.
Okay. So your argument is that the SCOTUS case, Department of
We have
Homeland
different
Security
interpretations.
versus Thuraisagian ruled that undocumented immigrants do not have a constitutional claim to due process. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. How much money would you like to bet?
Dean, I'm telling you, I told you a couple of times, I do not have the firmest grasp on exact
Don't worry,
cases.
bro. We could tell.
Okay. But I can tell you that your argument is the reason why Americans do not believe
Don't worry,
in
bro.
Democrats.
Bro. It's not my argument. It was the court's argument.
You're siding with
Hey, it's not my argument. It's the court's argument. It's not my argument. It's the court's argument. It's not the democratic position. It's the legal position. It's not how people on the left feel. It's what the Constitution says. So let's take a look at the ruling that you just said, okay, makes it clear that undocumented immigrants do not have due process in this nation. You said Department of Homeland Security versus Thuraisagian ruled that undocumented immigrants don't have a constitutional claim to due process. You are wrong. Okay? SCOTUS did not rule that undocumented immigrants do not have a constitutional claim to due process, therefore expedited removal is legal. Rather, SCOTUS ruled that undocumented immigrants do have a claim to due process, but expedited removal is legal because it doesn't violate it. The nature of the subject matter being contested by the Department of Homeland Security that SCOTUS affirmed was not the claim that undocumented immigrants lack due process, but rather the claim that expedited removal does not violate their right to due process. Fucking mic drop, bro. You Trump supporters are a dying breed. You make up less than 30% of our population, and every single day, less and less and less people support Trump. Because you either have to be wildly idiotic or wildly insane to agree with what you are saying. If you literally read the Department of Homeland Security versus Thuraisagian, you will see that the claim contested by Thuraisagian was that the Department of Homeland Security was violating the right to due process of undocumented immigrants with expedited removal. The ruling of the court was that They do have due process, but expedited removal does not violate that right. Go ahead and respond. Holy shit.
Hey, Dean. I mean, I think we can. I think we might be at an impasse here. We might have to go on to something else. I believe that it showed that recent crossers have no due process. I believe that that's what that court.
Do you understand that this is a public court case that you could read online?
Dean, what do you think about Donald Trump cleaning up?
No. Do you understand that this is a public court case that you could read online?
I do understand that. And my interpretation.
Then show.
Was that
No, it's not. I want you to show me where inside of the court case they ruled that they don't have the right to due process.
Because it allows. Because it allows no due process within, I believe it was 50 miles, right?
Show me where in the court it allows no due process. Show me where in the side of the court case it says it allows no due process.
It shows me 50 miles throughout.
Yeah, then show me where in the court it says if they're within 50 miles, they don't have due process.
Go into the document and search 50 miles.
You will just find where it says that they could remove them with expedited removal.
Do you want me to give you a page number? What do you want?
Oh my goodness. Dude, you're just, oh my god. Dude, you are just finding, oh my god, I can't repeat this. You are really stupid. The court's ruling was that expedited removal was legal.
Yes,
because it doesn't violate their right to due process.
Dean,
the court did not. Well, stop. I'll repeat myself. The court ruled that expedited removal is legal because it doesn't violate their right to due process. The court did not rule that expedited removal is legal because they don't have due process. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference between the court ruling that expedited removal is legal because it doesn't violate their right?
Dean, we're at an impasse.
No. Do you understand the difference between the court ruling that expedited removal is legal because it doesn't violate their right to due process, and the court ruling that expedited removal is legal because they don't have due process? Do you understand the difference between those two concepts?
I do, Dean.
What is your evidence?
Impasse, though.
No.
Talk about a different topic.
No. What is your evidence that the second concept is true?
This is monkey jargon.
What is monkey jargon? What the hell?
We need to go. Come on.
Okay. If you don't want to talk about something else, Dean, I've already told you it's in the court case. 50 miles from the border. Look up 50 miles from the border.
How do you know that when it says 50 miles from the border inside of the court case, it's not saying that that's legal because it doesn't violate their right to due process? All right, bro, he just left. Am I going crazy, guys? Am I going crazy? Can you guys just be honest? Did I make any sense at all in that last conversation? I appreciate you for the meteor shower. That's very kind of you. Did I make any sense? Was I making sense? Was what I was saying understandable? And was he just a moron? Or was I just not making any sense in the slightest? Let's go to I don't know. Sometimes I'm left in a position where I genuinely don't know which one of those two things is true. I don't know if it's true that I was making sense and he was a moron, or I wasn't making any sense in the slightest, and that's why he genuinely couldn't understand the message that I wanted to convey to him. Thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate you. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Here we go. I made sense. Perfect. Thank you so much for another galaxy. That's very kind of you. Yo, over on Super Chat, African Warlord, thank you so much for the $200. Let's get 2,000 African W's down below in that comment section. That is very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, African Warlord. Please do show some love to African Warlord down below in that comment section. That is a ridiculous amount of money. I'm very, very grateful for you and your support. Show some massive, massive love to African Warlord down below. Genuinely, like fucking hell. African Warlord says, sacrifices are fine for the betterment of our country as long as I'm not one of them, ass caller. African Warlord sent that in a while ago when the guest before the last guest was straight up arguing that it's like totally fine for like millions of people to die as long as she wasn't one of them. Like literally insane. I appreciate you so much for the $200, African Warlord. Josh Kennedy, do you support Trump?
Considering I'm from the UK, probably not.
Mike Glover, do you support Trump?
Yes, partially though.
How old are you?
15. I didn't realize that you had to be 18. My fault.
I actually don't have the rules up in the middle of the phone screen, so I won't ban you for that. Thank you so much, Kat, for the 10 Canadian dollars. Who says you're as clear as day? Explain it at a 5th grade level. Wasn't you? Good, bro. I thought that I was explaining it at a 5th grade level. I thought the thing that I was saying there was pretty easy to understand. Thank you, Dominique, for the 14 Canadian dollars. Who says thank you for saying all the things that I wanted to say to Ali. Well, I'm happy that I hit all the nails head on. Geez, we've been live for 3 hours and I'm just still dying over here. Thank you so much, Hollywood, for the 20 Australian dollars, who says apparently the time I was held down and touched non-consensually, leaving with tears, required medical attention doesn't count. Jeez, I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you, Hollywood. And I know that once again you're referring to the crazy things said by Ali. Just completely disregard her, okay? She was just insane. She was absolutely just, she'd lost her goddamn mind. Go ahead and hop inside of the queue for me if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Thank you so much, Hollywood, for the $20. Same thing to Elizabeth. Thank you for the $20 as well, who says, well, I'm actually going to keep that to myself just because I feel like that is bringing up a lot of the very triggering things that we're talking about earlier. Just know that I appreciate you for the $20. Same thing to you, Ronnie. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so very much. Matthew, thank you for the $10, who's just calling Allie crazy. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $20, who says therapy for Allie. So true. Thank you for the $20. T with the $21 says swing by the store and pick up some Flonase. Dude, I probably need to because I am dying today. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Steve, for the $21. You are awesome, my friend. Thank you so much. Count Nefaro, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says marriage is not a free ticket to sex. I couldn't agree with you more, and I can't believe that Ally lady was saying otherwise. Katie with the $20 says all rape is violent rape. I did catch that Ally lady was saying otherwise. She was saying that sometimes rape isn't violent. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, and, you know, what Ally said is crazy,
How old
even
are you?
as a Trump supporter. Unreal.
Age, please?
Oh, 18, 2008, April 14th.
What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay, go ahead and tell us why you support Trump.
You know, I like his policies. I feel like I could be easily swayed, though. You know, what I know is, like, prices are lower. I don't know, like, is that 100%?
Sorry, I know that guy was 12. I was, honestly, it was just using that as an opportunity to blow my nose. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got barely functioning Ike loading in. Mask, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mask. Let's get 1,000 Mask W's down below. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support, Mask. Mask with 100 says, Dean, I have allergies so bad. I'm in indoors probably until mid-September anyways. Walgreens cold and allergy. You have to sign for it, but it really, really helps. Well, I'll check that out, Mass. Thank you so much. Usually the shit that you have to sign for or buy over the counter, or I guess from behind the counter, whatever it's called, they're usually a little bit more effective. So that's some really good advice. I appreciate you for the $100, Mass. Let's get 1,000 Mass W's down below. Thank you for the love. You are incredible. Then Gay Uncles, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat, who says the other half, Jamie, wants you to take care of yourself as we need you and Parker for the long run. Thank you so much, you guys. Huge shout out to Gay Uncles. Thank you for the $50. And Jamie, it's finally good to know one of y'all's names. Thank you so much. We're all caught up on Super Chat. You guys have been very, very kind over there for the day. Thank you so very much. I left the camera off again. My bad. Welcome in, Perry. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
November, 2007.
Okay. Dude, bro, the fucking VOD on YouTube is going to be all fucked up because every 3 seconds the screen just goes black because I'm blowing my nose. Terrible. Perry, okay, why don't you go and take it away and tell us why you support the worst president of your life? And I'm actually going to be listening to, but I'm just running to the other room to grab another container of Kleenex. I've already gone through 2 today. Jesus Christ. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump, Harry? Perry, hello?
Sorry, I think I got... Sorry.
Once again, I'm going to leave, but I'll still be able to hear you. So just tell us why you support Trump, okay?
All right. Well, first thing I'd like to say is Ecclesiastes 21, Dean Withers. Remember that one? Ecclesiastes 21? Anyways, Romans 6:23. Hope you have a good day. God bless.
I take that as like aura, honestly. A little bit of an ego boost real quick. He's so scared of me, he left when I wasn't even in the room. Just quoted some Bible verses and dipped. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, everybody. Ran out of tissues, so now we're on to toilet paper. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm dying today. I'm actually dying, bro. This is so terrible. Absolutely atrocious. We should probably end 30 minutes early. We're gonna end. We're gonna end 30 minutes early. We are. I mean, this is bad. This is bad. This is really bad. I'm gonna quickly blow my nose because this is bad. Jesus Christ. Welcome in. Are you a Trump supporter? And if so, how old are you?
We don't know. No, he does not like Trump, but he is from a world of
Sadie, hello.
Yeah. And
Sadie, hello. Do you know you're on the stream? Sadie, I'm gonna kick you off in 2 seconds. Okay. All right. Whatever. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Every so often that happens where somebody will request to join and they forget that they're on the live, and then they'll like join the live. I don't know. Maybe they have their volume turned down or something. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please. Okay, they left. Fuck. Dude, I'm dying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, if I could get through this stream, I'm going to be proud of myself. I'm going to be proud of myself if I could get through this fucking stream, dude. Moving on to the next guest, we got Gunner loading in over on Vimeo. Thank you, Marlena, with the $5 for the tissue funds. Yeah, so clearly need it, huh? Ali, sorry. Thank you for the $15. Who says, we don't claim that crazy bitch. Thank you for doing what you do. The fact that women's rights are being attacked at all is insane, and she was out of her mind with those claims. Love you, Dean. Well, I love you too, Ali. I appreciate you so much for the $15, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, as well as Isabella. Thank you for the $10. Who says this is only for you to buy your girlfriend a sweet treat with. Bro, you absolutely got it, Isabella. You got it. That will go into the girlfriend sweet treat fund 110%. And then Earl, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much for the $5, Ben. I appreciate you. And then Johnny, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you as well. And Sakura, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is Sakura. Sakura, you have always been very kind to me. I'm very grateful for your love and support. Show some love to Sakura down below. That is very, very kind. Thank you so much. And then Sydney, thank you for the $10, who says Ali has a lot of internal work to do. I couldn't agree with you more. Shane with the $20 says, how do people not understand that if we didn't give due process to non-citizens and we couldn't put then we could put tourists in jail for no reason without a trial? Yeah, we could literally kill them for no reason without a trial if non-citizens did not have due process. Literally insane. Thank you for the $20, Shane. Welcome in. How old are you?
Y'all 19.
Fuck! What year were you born in? Fuck!
September 1st, 2006.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, bro. Fuck! Oh my god! Terrible, bro. No, dude, I'm not good. It's been this way for like 3 hours now. I'm dying, dude. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, honestly, man, I feel like fuck.
All right, guys, he just got a little bit nervous. Everybody. He just got a little bit nervous. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh my god.
My bad, bro.
Oh,
I'm so
what
sorry.
the fuck? What the?
Yeah, I appeared against when you wasn't expecting that.
Where did you come from?
My mom just texted me if I'm good.
I thought I kicked him. What the hell? Yo, crazy. Anyways, moving on to the next guest. Anyways, guys, this is, we're doing debates today, but, you see me super allergenic, sneezing everywhere all the time. This is a part of what it means to do streams 7 days a week. You know what I mean? 7 days a week. Without fail, without break, without taking even a moment and setting it aside 7 days a week like clockwork. This is the outcome. So every so often, you'll see me on live stream, maybe a little sick, maybe a little sneezy. But guess what? We're going to roll through it. Welcome in, Sport Trump. Hello? Okay, doesn't look like they're here. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got MAGA loading up in. Grace, thank you for the $3. Hey. Brittany, thank you for the $10, who says, behind on the VOD, but if she's willing to sacrifice people, is she willing to sacrifice herself? I'd assume that's a question for Allie. I better answer would be no. And then Miss Christina, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Christina. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Christina W's, who says, with $100, thank you for being an amazing human and trying to educate others. Well, I try my best. I think that it's really important to be critical thinkers, and I just want to help people critically think. You know what I mean? I really appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 1,000 Christina W's. You are awesome. Same thing to you, Morgan. Thank you for the $15. And Maya, thank you so much for the $10. Then Alexandra, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, I've never donated, but Allie made me passionate. Had to pull over and cry on my way home listening. I'm so sorry to hear that, Alexandria. She definitely was saying like a shit ton of an insane, very triggering shit. Krista, thank you for the $20. Who says that robbing analogy that you gave to Allie was bars and inspired me to monetarily support you. Been a long time observer, but that was just fire. Thanks, Krista. Thank you for the $20. Then same thing to Amy, AMIE, with the $25, who says doing Lord's work while I'm trying my best. Thank you so much. And then one last one for now. Thank you, Linda, for the $10, who says thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Linda. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say your piano playing was fantastic. I watched a video on that, and that was so cool.
That's kind of you, bro. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not as sharp at the piano as I used to be. You pretty much need to be in constant practice to really be a killer on the keys. But I try my best. Get the hell out of the bath. Oh, I'm dying again. Oh, guys, I'll be back. I have to pull my nose again. Jesus Christ. Only up inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. All right, getting back into it. How about this? We were doing this earlier, and this was actually pretty successful at getting the Trump supporters up on the stream. If you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, buy like 50 cents worth of TikTok coins and then send the GOAT gifts. They are 1 penny each. I promise I'm not going to make too much of anything off of them. It's just a way to filter for kids because kids typically don't have money to spend on their phones. So if you send the GOAT gift, I will invite you up to the stream. Looks like some people already are sending the GOAT gifts. Just make sure that you don't abuse that process. Welcome in.
Mom? Hey, my mom she supports Trump.
Okay, did you already ask her if she's down to debate?
Yeah, I did. Mom, I'm on the live. He's ready to debate you.
Oh.
I told you that he was... Okay, she's right here. His name is Dean. Please just say hello. Please.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Hi. So my name is Dean. I do a daily live stream where I try to debate Trump supporters and change their minds. It looks like this could have been thrown on you by your daughter. So
no, I told her. Yeah, no, I mean I did know about it, but I didn't realize. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, and I've been listening to you, and you're very interesting. I'm very impressed with you. Actually,
cool. That's very kind of you. Would you be willing to have a conversation with me about why you support Trump?
I mean, sure. Basically it was along the lines of the other gentleman that, the things that were, I just, living here in Seattle, the crime and the homelessness is out of hand, but, the streets are over since I know I sound very uneducated, but bottom line, the two things that have affected me the most would be the immigration. I appreciate that he is forceful on that. And then, of course, the crime in the city, like when he had to send the National Guard in to help. I know people didn't like that, but it's like if the police aren't doing the job, then, you know, so those two things.
Okay, well, let's go over it. So first and foremost, police seemingly have been doing the job. We've had remarkably positive downward trends in violent crimes across the nation over the course of the last 4 years. In 2024 alone, under Biden, murders actually dropped by 15%. And the year before, 2023, they dropped by 12%. So we've seen a continued downward trajectory in crimes over the course of the last 4 years. So I want to attribute the continuation of this trend to Trump. Not to mention his deployment of the National Guard in cities like Seattle and states like Illinois. You shouldn't be a fan of those because they violated our Constitution. The Supreme Court gave their opinion that the president deploying the National Guard of his state without the approval of said state's governor in said state is an infringement on states' rights and in violation of the 10th Amendment. And we shouldn't be in favor of the president ignoring and violating the Constitution.
Ask him how it violated.
But then how did it violate it if we were technically feeling unsafe in our own city with open drug market, kind of thing situation?
Well, because the 10th
crime.
Amendment has some guarantees in considering states' rights. It's unconstitutional because that's what the Supreme Court said.
Okay.
And then
Thank you.
Wait, can I go on mute and remind her of another reason? Like, it will take like 2 seconds.
Yeah, what I will say, though, is I have had a lot of debates with parents where the children also kind of want to be a part of it, and I've just noticed that, I'm just trying to be honest here, it usually makes the conversation a little bit more difficult. So just, be conscious of that. But feel free to remind her of anything. It just happens sometimes, and it kind of throws the line of communication off. So I just want to let you know, I'm not trying to come at you or anything, but
okay. Mention the rape. Okay. Mention the rape.
Okay. You want me to talk to her about that? Oh, I mean, how about we do that? How about we talk to her about that? Would you still support Trump as president if he was a violent sexual predator?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you agree that he would be a violent sexual predator if he raped someone?
Yes, I just have. Okay, yes.
Okay, so a court ruled he raped someone.
Okay.
And.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll have to do more of my research on that, and so yes, you have won your point.
Wait, so he changed your mind?
Yes,
that was in 2023. A court ruled that he raped E. Jean Carroll by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. There's also other instances of sexual violence that Trump is engaged in, like in 2005 when he boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of beauty pageant contestants by barging into their dressing rooms live on air. I'll play that clip too.
Obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Yes, the Howard Stern days. I remember those days.
Yeah. I mean, what do you have to say about that? It seems like what he described he did there would be sexual violence, making him a violent sexual predator. And you said if he was that thing, then you'd stop supporting him. So have we changed your mind, or do you want to talk more about his immigration policy or whatever other concerns you have?
No, I would say you changed my mind.
Wait, actually?
Yes, I would say you changed my mind then.
Okay.
Okay. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Wait, bye. I'm a huge fan, Dean.
I appreciate you for your support, and thank you for getting your mom on the mic.
No, thank you.
Of course. You guys have a good one. Take care.
You too.
I don't think we changed her mind, but I just wasn't going to push it. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she did change her mind. I don't know. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Trump as president, folks. On the opposite side of the queue, if you do, and if you are an American adult that does indeed support Trump as president, folks. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live streams, if you want to support what we do so we could continue to do it for 4 hours, 7 days a week, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, pin message on the YouTube stream, and the handle's right there, Dean Withers without the letter E in the last name Withers on the TikTok stream. Very best way to support what we do. If you do use that handle, though, just make sure that you are quadruple checking the spelling of it, because there are a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We will probably be cutting the stream short. We have been live for 3 hours. We're probably going to cut it short at 3 hours and 30 minutes just because of the way I'm feeling. Alani, thank you so much for the Galaxy. That's very kind of you. Just wanted to put that one out there. All right, guys, if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, feel free to send the GOAT GIF. We're going to be talking to Trump supporters that way. This guy sent a handful. Mick Twinkery, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 18. I'm 18. I promise you I'm 18. I don't know why you have doubts on your face. You mean?
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
What month?
I was born in April.
I just can't.
That would make me. What? Why? I was going to say I could throw my ID on there, but that would be infringing my identity, and I don't want to do that. But I'm actually part of the Twinks for Trump campaign. And I see people saying...
Do you swear that you're being serious about your age?
I swear I put it on everything.
And what month and year were you born in? You said
April
July
of 2007.
Oh,
And
yeah, you'd be 19.
I know. I can show you.
But you just said that you were 18.
Because it's always 18 plus, so I just automatically go that I'm 18.
I'm banning you, bro. I'm banning you. I'm gonna blow my nose again, folks. Give me 3 seconds. I don't even want to know what quote-unquote Twinks for Trump is. Sav, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you, Sav. Let's get 200 Sav W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Sav with the 20 says, Dean, love your content. How can I talk to / convince my family that being trans is not going to indoctrinate my younger siblings? It's such a silly argument that has been used against me. Also, my parents voted for Trump. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're going through that. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry, Sav. That just sounds terrible now. Jeez. You know what? There are some creators on TikTok who actually are trans, and they run very similar lives to myself, but they hyperfixate on, trans issues. If I were you, I would go try to find a couple of them. I'll come back tomorrow maybe with a list of the names of a couple good ones. I think that you should talk to them if you happen to have a TikTok account. I think that you'd really get a lot out of a conversation with them, much more than I could ever give to you. On Venmo, thank you, Caitlin, for the $4. Shout out to you. Dominic, thank you for the 40 cents. And then Matthew, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, just want to say that you're absolutely making sense today, even with all the allergies. They just can't keep up, and you're not putting up with their bullshit because tracking their insanity is far too difficult. You are awesome, and I hope that you feel better. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Honestly, like I said this earlier, I think that that my allergies are ultimately kind of my own fault. Because I'm the one who hasn't deep cleaned my office.
Tell
in
your
a billion
fans to
years.
leave me alone. I'm tired of the videos. I'm tired of the comments, and I'm tired of the DMs, bro. Leave me, bro. Tell
Haley, feel
them
free
to
to hop
leave
back
me
inside
the
of that
fuck
queue. I didn't
alone.
mean to kick you. Hey, guys, leave that guy alone. He might call the cops on you. Leave that guy alone, or he might punch another hole in his basement wall and
Hello?
call the cops on you for a hate crime just because you called him Phil. TX, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How do you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2008.
What month?
May.
Okay, let me thank a couple people here. Rochelle, thank you for the $10, who says, as an SA survivor, it took me 8 years to realize what happened to me. By then, MO's 7-year-old SOL had passed away. I'm grateful that my mom believed me. You can't shame somebody into recognizing SA. Thank you for supporting survivors. Oh, I appreciate you for the $10, Rochelle. I'm so happy that you think that what we do here is positive, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Miss Caroline, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Caroline. Let's get 500 Caroline W's. That is so incredibly kind. Caroline with the $50 says, here's my weekly dono. for trying to make the world a better place for my new grandson that was born today. Love and support as always. Oh, Caroline, that is so awesome. That is incredible. Thank you for the $50. And best of luck to, of course, yourself for being a grandma, but also to the mom and the dad. Why don't you take it away, man, and tell us why you support Trump as president while I blow my nose?
So I think he's doing a lot of good stuff for America, especially with the borders, keeping them strong. You know what I mean?
What are the specifically, what are the good things that he's doing with the border?
I think he's kicking people that come here illegally out. You know what I mean?
Mass deportation is a good thing. And what is one way that mass deportation has made our country better over the course of the last year and a half?
So I think I feel like they are, selling drugs. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, according to the
stuff.
Department of Homeland Security, over 80% of the people who traffic and sell drugs in America are U.S. citizens. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants, according to PNAS, are 4 times less likely to engage in nonviolent crimes like selling drugs than citizens. So, quite frankly, you're wrong.
Quite frankly, I like how you said that. Well, what about, a lot of them do illegals. They like to SA people.
No, Trump is the rapist. Undocumented immigrants are
Trump is a
rapist.
rapist.
To do that.
So, apparently one of his victims, apparently, quote, you know what I'm talking about. Apparently, what I think is a whole bunch of them are just trying to get famous and freaking get money. You know what I mean? I don't think he's a rapist. I'm not trying to get you banned.
Okay. All right. Well, that's ridiculous. We've talked a lot about how he's a rapist today. I want to ask you. God damn it, bro! I just have to end the stream early. This is terrible. I just want to ask you, why do you think undocumented immigrants, a lot of them are rapists? Fuck! Why do you think a lot of undocumented immigrants are rapists? Jesus Christ!
Because Mexicans are the second most people that rape women. Bless you, Dean. Bless you.
Fucking shit. So you said that Mexicans are at a higher propensity to rape women. All immigrants, including Mexican immigrants, are multiple times less likely to engage in violent crimes like rape on American soil than U.S.-born citizens.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
so how can you
I see where
possibly
you're
say
coming from.
that all of these undocumented immigrants are raping women when they're two? Oh my fucking God!
Bless you, Dean.
How can you, dude? This has to be biological warfare, man. This has to be biological warfare, dude. The Trump administration has poisoned the water supply. That's a joke. How can you say that undocumented immigrants are so much more likely to engage in these violent crimes like rape when they're quantifiably less likely to do so than the average U.S.-born citizen?
Well, you can actually look it up. And I'm pretty sure Mexicans are the second. I'm pretty sure first is black people, and then second Mexicans, third is white people. From what I've done research on.
So, A, you're just straight up not responding to the point that I'm making about the propensity for natural U.S.-born citizens to commit crimes at significantly higher levels than immigrants, including undocumented immigrants. And B, what you're just looking at would be the racial demographics of, crimes apparently, quote-unquote, committed by people in this country. And I'll explain to you why I put air quotes around that. First and foremost, not all immigrants are members of one specific race. There are Mexican immigrants. There are non-Mexican immigrants. And second of all, it's just simply not true, at least I think, that one race or more than one race is going to be at a significantly higher likelihood to engage in violent crimes such as rape because of their race. One thing that we have to account for is that black and brown people have been historically oppressed and disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice system. Black people account 14% of our population, yet they also account for 85% of the exonerations within our criminal justice system. The second thing that we have to account for is the fact that even arrests made for crimes that were actually committed by the person that was arrested does not amount to the only crimes that are committed, because of course many, if not most, crimes go underreported and never caught. Okay. And the
Okay.
police have disproportionately over-police black and brown neighborhoods to an extent that we don't see in predominantly white neighborhoods, meaning that when a black or a brown person does commit a crime, there are multiple factors more likely to get caught for that crime in comparison to a white individual. And then the last thing that I'll say is we also have to account for socioeconomic concerns, because we know the less money you have, the more likely you are to be in poverty, the more likely you are to engage in crimes. Poverty causes crimes. And the average white American has a significantly higher GDP per capita compared to the average black or Mexican American due to various systems and structures that have existed in this country, such as systemic racism, that may influence that outcome as well. But the point is, okay, it would be absolutely and undeniably false to say that a Mexican individual is more likely to engage in a crime because they're Mexican. And a more important stat than looking at crimes arrested for on the basis of race would be to look at, are immigrants, specifically undocumented immigrants, since that's who we're talking about, are they more likely to engage in / commit crimes in comparison to the average U.S. citizen? And the answer there is no. There are multiple factors, multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes and nonviolent crimes on American soil compared to the average U.S. born citizen.
I see where you're coming from. I think you changed my mind on all this. You know what I mean? I just want to say I love what you do, man. I love what you do, just, supporting your opinion, you know what I mean? I love what you do.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that
and thank you for bringing me up.
Yeah, I'm happy that we could change your mind. You have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Yeah, you take care. You take care. Even though I'm over here dying, we are changing minds, and I'm happy about that. That's always a good thing, even though I'm fucking dying. Somebody in the comment section just said Dean looks tired as heck. Bro, I am. Let me tell you guys what I'm going to do as soon as we end the stream here in like 20 minutes, probably. We're probably going to get off early. I'm going to go to the store, and I'm going to get a Swiffer with the attachment of like cleaning product. And I'm also going to get a bunch of bleach wipes. And I think I just really have to deep clean my studio, because I have never really deep cleaned it. And I think that over the course of like the last year or two, that's just led to an extreme buildup of like cat hair in here. So it's time to finally just really deep clean it. That's a good thing to do. Olivia, do you support Trump?
Dean, will you be my friend? We can be.
Okay, that was weird. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Early hop inside of the queue. If you are an American adult that sports Trump, that was strange, dude. Nixie, thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, thank you for educating people on the facts. Appreciate you. Please buy Momo some extra treats. Oh, well, thank you so much, Nixie. Yeah, Momo's getting a bunch of treats today. We love that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Is your last name actually Trump, or do you just love your dada?
No, it's actually Trump. It's funny.
Okay. What's your birthday?
September 28th, 2007.
And why do you support the worst president of your life? Are you going to songify the argument?
I'm sure we're taller in another dimension. You say.
Dang, actually pretty good singer. Good for you, man. We're looking for some Trump supporters, though. What was that, White Ferrari? I love me some Frank. I think that was some Frank. Good song. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I actually wanted to have a conversation.
I'm sorry, today we are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Here we go. We got the next guest, Dame, loading up in. Listen, bro, I love Frank's music, but he's like low-key kind of a shit person. I guess, you know. What was it? Where he was set to perform, and he like pulled out literally like an hour before, and like just left all of like the backup dancers and everything just completely hanging after they had just spent so fucking long, like preparing for the show and getting ready to perform. I don't know. When I saw that, I was like, oh, like dang, bro, like that's messed up. He shouldn't have done that. But I've always really loved Frank Ocean's music. Always really loved it. Frank Ocean's music. Welcome in, Haley. Do you support Trump?
Play the piano.
Band. Macy, thank you for the galaxy. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to... People in the chat are saying that his brother passed. Oh, man. I didn't know that. Yeah, that explains it. Yeah. Okay, well, actually take that back about Frank then. Dude, if I had a close family member that died, it wouldn't even matter if I was like an hour away from performing. I'd cancel too. That makes sense. I guess I never heard that. Here, guys, I'm going to quickly turn my camera off and blow my nose, and we're going to get back to the debates. Dude, today's stream is just a shit show. Bro. Today's stream is just a shit show, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Moving on. I'm really trying to do my best to get to 3 hours and 30 minutes before I end. Omar, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says you should buy an air purifier. I have Blue Air and it's pretty good. Yeah, maybe I should also get one of those for the office. Thanks for the $10. Heidi, thank you for the Galaxy. Caden, thank you for the $10. Jay and Leah, appreciate y'all for the $5. And over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Caden, who says, genuinely thank you for helping me realize the shenanigans of the people on the right. Now I'm a Democrat. Your streams are super informative. Keep up the hard work. I love that, Caden. That's awesome. Thank you. All right. I don't think that Jack Kennedy's debater, so we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Daniel Four loaded up in. I'm really trying to get to 3 hours and 30 minutes for y'all before we take off for the day. Holy moly. Janaea, thank you for the $25. She says, sorry for all the allergies. I also have terrible allergies and quote-unquote stinging nettle supplements like Histoblock and Hilma have really helped me. I'll check them out. Thank you for the $25, Janaea. Good to see you, by the way. Allie, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Stacy with the $5 for the Zyrtec fund. So true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Well, your voice happens to be registering at like 2 decibels. Is there anything that you could do about that?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to have to kick you. Let's move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for a debate. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go. Random guy sending the goats. Let's see if they're here for a debate. Cooper, thank you for the $20. Who says, my brother Derek passed away due to a motorcycle accident about a year ago. We would watch your streams and videos all the time. Thank you for being you and for bringing me and my brother together. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cooper. I'm so sorry. I hope that you and your family are healing all right. You know, I hear about so many motorcycle accidents because I have a family member who works in the ER, and it's just such a scary thing, you know? It really is. I really hope that you and your family are healing. Let's go to get the next guest, Cameron, connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for a debate. I'm starting to fall apart at the seams, folks. We might even call it a little bit earlier than 3 hours and 30 minutes, but we're going to try my best. Cameron, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
Bro, I need... Oh, my God. Man, dude. Moving on to the next guest. We got Tanner loading up inside of the queue. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Do you support Trump, Tanner?
What's up, Dean?
What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What about you, random guy? Do you support Trump?
That was me.
Yeah, I'm random guy. It's another person.
Yeah, I'm
Random guy.
18. I support Trump.
Oh. Wait, I'm talking to random guy?
Yeah, I am random guy.
Whoa, what the fuck? Wait, okay. Tanner. Okay, Tanner, you speak.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hello?
I just kind of
You
got
can
you
hear
all
me?
backwards in my head. I can, Tanner. Do you support Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence, you know.
We have a little game of murder mystery to play here, boys. One of you is here for debate, and the other one is in the bath.
Random guy is he's bathing
It's not
right
me.
now.
Random guy, are you in the bath?
I am not.
You can hear the echo.
Who is it? Which
It's
one?
random.
Which one of you is in the bath? Random guy.
Hey,
Are
Dean,
you in the
before
bath?
before
Or
you
is
kick
Tanner in
me,
the bath?
Go farther left, bro. Go farther left, bro.
Okay. Random guy's in the bath. Tanner. I was getting ready to kick you. I thought it was you, Tanner.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm a nice guy.
Okay. And you're MAGA?
I don't know, man.
Do you support Trump as president?
It's like I said, I'm on the fence.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for?
I'm not sure I would vote.
Okay, perfect. Well, if your answer is not that you'd vote for Trump, I am going to move on to the next guest. But I do really hope that you keep up with the live streams and we're able to push you further left. Vanessa, thank you for the $20, who says, "Hey, Dean, I work in trafficking victim services and wanted to officially reach out regarding a collaboration. What is the best way to reach you for professional communication? Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for persisting day in and day out." Vanessa, if you take a look at the link tree in the description of the YouTube stream,
wait.
you'll find a work email.
Okay.
Welcome in, Random Cashier. Do you support Trump?
Yes, but I do want to have a quick message. It's nothing bad, but I wish you a happy birthday, man. I don't know when it happened, but yeah, happy birthday.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
That's
My
about
birthday's
it.
in September. Okay, that's it. Rad, welcome in.
Parker Jr., what's going on, buddy?
Shut the fuck up, Rad. Shut the
Then
fuck up.
final boss, how we doing?
Shut the fuck up. You're not funny. You're not funny, okay? You're not funny. For those that are curious, earlier this guy joined Parker's stream and he was calling him Dean Jr. and saying that I was a better debater, that I was more intelligent, just trying to rage bait Parker. And he was just about to do the same thing to me, but in reverse.
It's Timu Dean. It's Timu Dean and Parker Jr. Let's not mess this up here, okay?
Red, do you feel like giving an actual argument for why you think that Trump is a good president?
Oh, I think he's definitely way better than Harris. Shout out to the Tax Cuts and Job Act, the one big beautiful bill, bringing manufacturing back to America, prioritizing American citizens and American businesses, just bringing back common sense to politics. The Democratic Party is broke and putting their home up for sale because they're so broke. You guys lost the House, the Senate, the Judiciary, and the presidency, which is kind of insane. So yeah, shout out to Trump.
You know, there's actually a silver lining to the Democrats literally losing everything. That silver lining is, when anything goes wrong, you can't blame us. Which actually is what leads me to my very first question. You said that Donald Trump is bringing more manufacturing back into America. Okay. Explain why we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years last year.
Oh, it's a work in progress. Nothing happens instantaneously with the federal government of one of the largest financial institutions, America in the world. You're not just going to do it overnight.
Well, wouldn't a work in progress mean like progressively working towards the end goal of heightened manufacturing? How is causing the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years a part of that process?
So they passed the big beautiful bill, which took effect last September, and so after this year, because this is we're talking about tax law here, the qualified deduction that the businesses can use to build their manufacturing and their warehouses is when we'll see that.
Okay, so you're saying that more people are going to invest more money into manufacturing, and why under Biden did we see the largest boom in investment into manufacturing? But then the day Trump walked in office and every day since, investment into manufacturing has only been going down, 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 down.
I just disagree. Do you have anything to support that?
I do. It's from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Just type in FRED, private fixed investment into American manufacturing structures.
So you would say that all of the data centers happening, you would say that all of the things that we see happening all over America, that's not, those jobs aren't real. Those things are just not happening.
Well, what I will say is that the data says that every single quarter since Trump's inauguration, there's been significantly less investment into manufacturing structures. Yeah.
Well, the law passed in September, and it's tax law.
Let me show you this.
ta-
Let me just show you this. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Under Biden, look at that fucking boom, dude. This is genuinely incredible. This is quarterly investment into American manufacturers, largest boom in recorded U.S. history, like genuinely largest boom in recorded U.S. history. But then Donald Trump took office, and it's just it's been going down terribly.
And we see those similar things every time the president changes, or no?
No, we don't. Here is the quarter where Biden took office. In fact, it only went up after.
Are you referring to the global economic crisis that we were recovering from?
What's the global economic crisis that we're recovering from?
You don't know what the global economic crisis was when Biden took office?
You're referring to the pandemic?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, even in consideration of the pandemic, it never went down upon
Right, so coming out of the pandemic, you see the increase, right? And the law that just passed,
oh my
that we haven't seen any results of the tax law because you do your taxes the following year, which is what I'm telling you.
Most corporations pay estimated quarterlies.
Right, so we see the results of that the following year, correct?
Okay, so we would see this in the next estimated quarterlies, right?
Exactly.
Or like companies would even like start acting off of the tax law that they are going to pay in the future, knowing that that's what they're going to be, knowing that they'll be able to claim additional deductions. But what we see is that even like right now, like Q1 of 2026, we still had less private fixed business investment in manufacturing than Q4 of 2025 or
You're
Q3
looking
of
at
2025.
one bank? I'd like to look at all of them.
This isn't one bank. This is tracking all of the real fixed private business investment into manufacturing in this country.
Let's look at the public.
What's that?
Let's look at the public investments.
So this does not include public investments now.
Right, so we want to look at all of it. I don't want to just see some of the data. I want to see all of it.
Well, this is the data that's going to be representative of the claim that you made because you made a claim about private businesses.
Relax, buddy. Hey, relax. Okay, you're safe.
I'm relaxed. I'm just explaining to you why we wouldn't include public investment in this equation. The reason why we wouldn't include public investment in this equation is because you specifically made the claim that Donald Trump's tax law for private entities is going to cause more investment. Okay, well, if the tax law only applies to private entities, it's going to cause more investment of private entities. So, of course, we're going to be looking at how much private entities are investing, and they're investing less and less and less and less. I think the only reason why you would want to include public investment alongside private investment is to try to just ignore the fact that you're wrong about the big, beautiful bill causing more business investment by just supplementing it with inflationary government spending.
That we have publicly traded companies, so...
Yeah, so publicly traded companies are still having like their investment in manufacturers classified as private. When we use the word private, we're just saying not owned by the government.
I want to look at all of it.
So you want to look at investments made by the government?
I want to look at all the investments, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess you could specify the new investments made by the government into American manufacturing, and we could add that to the equation. So what are the new investments made by the government under Trump into American manufacturing?
The new nuclear programs, bringing back steel, all the things that we're going to be seeing in the next few months.
Just what policy has Trump passed in the last year and a half that has made investments? And under the Big Beautiful Bill, what were the public business investments that you were a fan of?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So then you don't know that there's any additional considerations that should be made in the equation, so you concede the debate.
Well, I mean, you can consider it a concession, but because I
absolutely will consider it a concession. I do absolutely consider it a concession.
Hey, Parker Jr., you're getting upset. Your eyebrows twitching. It's okay, man. We're all good here.
I maybe look at a little bit twitchy just because I've been struggling with terrible allergies for the last 3.5 hours, not because you're particularly emotionally disturbing me. This is a pretty easy debate for me.
Right, well,
I'm just looking at the facts and sharing those facts with you.
I hope you feel better, man. I'm not trying to make you mad. You're looking a little disturbed. I hope you feel better. I'm not trying to be mean to you.
It's not because of you.
When I am trying to be mean to you, I will let you know. But not that part.
Okay, well, what do you want to debate next since you conceded your first point?
I'm still waiting on that date that you said you were going to give me. I asked you what year about the EJ and Carroll thing 3 months ago. You still haven't got back to me. I'm a little disappointed.
But your question is, what year did Trump rape Eugene Carroll?
Oh, yeah, what year is she accusing him of that?
Yeah, so by calendar year, either 1995 or 1996. By year, as it would pertain, which calendar year? It was just one of the two.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah, it's either late 1995 or
let me
early
ask you as a real
1996.
person, Dean. Do you think that that's fair for
Yeah, I think
somebody to
that's-
be able to defend? Hold on, let me ask you. For somebody to be able to defend themselves against the accusation that you can't even provide a year, let alone a month or a day, of an accusation,
She was actually-
of an accusation this strong.
She was actually able to specify a time period that was more specific
Oh,
than a year.
I'm asking you a question, Dean.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking
it
you
was-
if you think that
it-
that's
yeah,
fair.
it
If
is-
you think
it is
that's
fair.
due process for you
It
to
is
be
fair.
able to call
It is
somebody
Right.
a rapist
She was
or
able-
any of the
she was
words
able to
that you guys
specify-
use, when
she was-
when the
she was
person
able-
who's claiming it can't even tell you a year.
So yes, it is fair because she was actually able to specify a time period that was more specific than a year, because she was able to specify the season. A season like winter in New York City is around
Those seasons happen every year.
1 second. Please allow me to finish speaking. The season of winter in New York City was, oh my God, around 5 months long. And of course, 5 months is
I
going to be a
think you might
smaller
be
period of
allergic
time
to your own
than
bullshit.
12 months. That was a good one.
You might
And-
be allergic to your
Okay.
own bullshit, Dean.
I'm gonna mute you if you can't let me finish speaking. I'm already dealing with enough issues like sneezing and interrupting myself. So when
Hey,
you
don't start
interrupt me
crying
and
at
cut me off
buddy.
from speaking, I just don't think I'm gonna be able to
don't
make a
start
consistent
crying
point.
at me, buddy.
Yeah, me giving you a fair warning of what's to come if you don't allow me to finish
So
my
you're
sentence
running.
is not crying.
So you're gonna run as well.
What am I running from? I'm just simply asking you to allow me to finish my point. I'm just trying to be good faith about it, bro. I was in the middle of a point. You know, I had to cut myself off 2 times because I sneezed, of course, and then you interrupted me, and it's just a bad equation. Yeah, like clearly, if I'm having to interrupt myself every like couple words with a sneeze, like you hopping in there and interrupting me is gonna be terrible. So I am just gonna mute you. But anyways, so you asked me if it's fair for her to sue him, considering the fact that she couldn't even identify a year. So she was actually able to identify a period of time that was
Do you
more
understand
specific.
what due
Okay.
process is?
All right, man. I am going to kick you if you don't let me finish.
He's running. That's
You
crazy.
you could consider it running if you'd like. It's
Run,
obvious.
bro, go ahead, run,
It's obviously clear that I'm just annoyed by the fact that you won't let me finish, and I
Thank
prefer
you
to
for the
find a Trump
super
supporter
fan.
who
Thank
will
you
let me
for the
finish.
$20. I appreciate that. Shout out to Mar.
Are you done, bro?
Can I do the rest of my thank yous here?
You don't have any thank
shout
yous,
out
Red.
to shout out to Scotty for the goat. Shout
Oh my
out
God,
to
bro. He's horrified of me proving him wrong. That's why he won't let me speak. He tried to make the claim that there was something unfair about the nature of the Eugene Carroll case because she couldn't identify a solid calendar year that he raped her in. But what he's horrified of is my response, because my response is that she was actually able to identify a more specific container of time than a year. Because instead of her saying it happened in 1995, which would be a container of 12 years, she said it happened in winter of 1995 to early 1996, which is a smaller container of 5 months.
Did you
So it's
just say
like,
that
if you think it's
1995
unfair
is
that
12
she couldn't
years?
specify a time of 12 months, sorry, I meant to say months, that she was raped inside of, okay, well, she did one better than that. She specified a container of 5 months that she was raped inside of. Can we agree that her specifying a container of 5 months that she was raped inside of is more
But you're-
specific than her specifying the calendar year that she was raped inside of?
You're answering a question that I'm not asking you. I'm asking you if you believe that this is due process for you to call somebody a rapist when there's not a date for them to defend themselves against. So if I was to take somebody to court and accuse them of something, they would then be able to defend themselves by having something called an alibi. I would be able to say, hey, at this time, at that day, I was doing this. But for you to come and say, oh, it was maybe 1994, maybe 1995, maybe 1996, that person doesn't have the opportunity to defend themselves. So you as a reasonable human being, I would think it would be fair for you to stop calling that person a rapist or say they've been found liable of rape, understanding that wasn't met. That burden of due process was never met, and it didn't happen in criminal court because it couldn't have happened in criminal court.
Okay. Yeah, first response is, once again, you are upset that she wasn't able to identify a
I'm not
calendar
upset
year.
about anything.
because
I'm just
I
asking
let-
you to be a better person.
I let you speak. You're going to let me speak.
I'm not done speaking, actually.
Okay. What else do you have to say, man?
I'd just like you to be a better person in the way that you treated that victim that was on your live. It was disgusting. I really thought better of you, and I would like you to do better. And I know that you can do better. So in the future, I understand it's a little frustrating when you're dealing with people, but that wasn't okay, man. And I know that you can do better.
Okay. The first thing I like to say in response is you're attempting to make the argument that it was unfair for E. Jean Carroll to be unable to specify a calendar year that she was raped in because this made it harder for Donald Trump to produce an alibi, and maybe this was a degradation of his right to due process. My counter is very simple. She was able to identify a container of time that if anything is more specific than a calendar year, because instead of her
about a container of time,
instead of that's what a calendar year is, it's 12 months. Instead of her defining a container of time such as 12 months that she was raped in by saying he raped me in the calendar year of 1995, she was more specific than that. She said that he raped me in winter from late 1995 to early 1996, which is a smaller container of time relative to around 5 months. So if anything, I would actually respond to your own argument by saying that she gave Donald Trump a better opportunity to provide an alibi for the possibility of his innocence than you are requesting of her. Because you're requesting of her that she gives a container of 12 months. She gave a container of 5. The second thing that I'll say
where
here,
were you?
I'm
Where
going
were
to mute
you
you
in
now
the
because I'm in the middle of
winter?
my sentence. The second thing that I'll say here is that you said, oh, well, unless she's able to articulate the exact date that she was raped on, okay, we're not honoring the due process of the accused because it is really, really difficult for
So
them
you
to
don't like
produce an
due
alibi.
process?
And see, the thing is that's actually a consideration that is made
You hate
within
America.
the process, okay?
You
Because
hate America,
it
is
is,
what you're saying.
Red, one moment. It is absolutely true that the larger the container of time is that you could identify you were the victim of a crime in, the harder it is for the accused to produce an alibi. Okay, we want individuals to have the right to defend themselves and to argue their case, but we also want victims of crimes that were the victim of this crime a while ago that couldn't reasonably remember the exact date to be able to hold the perpetrator of that crime accountable. So how do we solve this dilemma? Well, the way that we solve this dilemma is by allowing victims of crimes to report that crime and take it to court, even when they can't reasonably identify the exact date that it occurred. But we also allow the jury to consider the fact that they can't identify the exact date that they were raped on as a motivating reason why they might need more evidence to justify their verdict of guilt for the accused, because that does indeed make it harder for the accused to produce an alibi. So that's why in the jury's verdict, they didn't just merely go off of maybe her testimony and his inability to produce an alibi. They went off of her testimony, the testimony of 3 of her friends, the therapist notes from the 90s, the dress, his unwillingness to submit the DNA, what he said on the Howard Stern show about abusing other girls in other dressing rooms, which is also a very strong case, alongside the Access Hollywood tapes when he said he would just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, along 2 other women that had accused him. And that is what led to the verdict that he raped her. And by the way, that jury had a Trump supporter on it, and that verdict was then contested by 5 appeals courts that Donald Trump took it to, and every one of those 5 appeals courts upheld the verdict and rejected his appeal, including the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court.
That's not true. But anyway, Dean, where were you?
Then the last thing I'll say here is you said that I was unfair to Allie earlier. If you'd like to specify the ways that I was unfair to her, feel free to specify the ways that I was unfair to her. I don't think I was unfair to her in the slightest. I'm not apologetic for calling her out for perpetuating very, very, very immoral signifiers of rape culture by saying that maybe it's not rape if it's with a finger. Maybe it's not rape if he's your boyfriend. Maybe if it's not rape if you don't try to kill him and flee. Maybe if it's not rape if he's your husband. I don't feel bad for calling her out on her horrible beliefs in the slightest. So maybe you can give an argument to me about the bad thing that I did to her.
Here's what I'm saying, buddy. I'm just saying that I know you. We've done this a few times, and I've watched your show a lot of times, and I know that you're capable of changing your message and your tone to not be so harmful. What you did was harmful, buddy. And I
give an
think
argument for that.
Better. That's it.
Give an argument for that, please.
Sitting there in front of 30,000 people telling somebody how terrible they are, that was pretty rude, dude.
Give an argument for that.
Better. You want me to give you
give
an
argument for why it was wrong? Yes, I do. Give an argument for why it was wrong for me to tell her that shit was terrible.
No thing. I'm not saying that you didn't have to tell her. I'm saying that the way you said it and the way that you went about it, you could have done better. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm
give an argument for that. Can you convince me that that's reasonable to believe?
You dropped her off the live so that she wasn't spewing something that's hurtful, and then you could have sent her a message. Hey, I think this is what you have going on. Maybe see somebody, recommended therapist or something. That would have been a better way to do it. What you did was pretty rude and it was pretty mean.
Perfect. Then give an argument for that, because right now you're just making claims.
What do you mean give an argument for you berating somebody in front of 30,000 people who you know was a victim?
I'm unconvinced that it was wrong for me to tell her.
Right now.
I'm unconvinced that it was wrong for me.
Final boss?
Give an argument for that. Give an argument for any of the claims that you're making. You're making the claim that I'm victim blaming. You're making the claim that I was unnecessarily aggressive. You're making the claim that I was unnecessarily rude. You're making the claim that me calling her terrible and me saying what she believed in was terrible. But you can't. But you cannot justify any of that with a reasonable argument to demonstrate why that's the case. And now you're asking me the question, was she a victim of SA? She was. So then you're going to try to make the argument that I was victim blaming her because I was blaming her for being a bad person. Meanwhile, she was also coincidentally also a victim. No, victim blaming is not telling somebody who's doing bad things that they're doing bad things when they also happen to be a victim. No, victim blaming is rather when you specifically tell them that they did a bad thing directly in relation to their response to sexual violence. Exactly, so there's a difference between.
Do you understand that being sexually abused can affect you psychologically?
You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong in stating that I was saying that she did something wrong within her response to being abused.
Doesn't harm you psychologically, really.
I never made the claim that being abused doesn't harm you psychologically. I made the claim that what I was telling her she was bad, the bad things that she were doing, was not her immediate reaction to being raped, i.e. like not trying to push him off her, i.e. not trying to fight back, i.e. not reporting it to the cops. Victim blaming is when you blame a victim of an action of sexual violence for their immediate and direct response to being sexually abused, not telling that victim of sexual violence that they believe in a lot of really bad things that are loosely in association, like causally speaking, with them being abused, like telling them that it's a really bad thing, that they think it's okay to demean the lived experiences of other victims of sexual violence by turning around and saying that it's not rape if it's your husband, it's not rape if you didn't fight back, and it's not rape if it's with your fingers.
You could have just not platformed it. You could have just not had that conversation on live where it would be harmful and triggering to so many people. And
I think that there are plenty of things.
I guarantee you there's probably 1,000 people that reached out to you and told you that was harmful.
I think that there are plenty of things that are very triggering that need to be discussed, because if we don't talk about them, then they'll never go away. Okay? And those bad attitudes that Allie held to, that it's not rape if it's your husband, it's not rape if it's your boyfriend, it's not rape if it's a finger, they need to go away.
And you could have done it better is all I'm saying.
Give an argument for that.
Done it in a less harmful way.
I haven't heard an argument for that yet.
That wasn't triggering to your audience, and that wasn't harmful to her and the people who suffered the way that she did.
Sure, bro.
And that's all I'm
Give
saying.
an argument for that.
That's all I'm saying. It's not about an argument, brother.
Okay. So you can't give an argument for the claim that you're making. So then you have yet to convince me or anybody else that what you're saying is reasonable to believe.
You're trying to debate, and all I'm saying is, brother, you could change your message just a little bit.
Okay.
To not be harmful to other people.
All right, bro. Yeah, well, I'll only change my message if I have reason to change my message. And so far, you haven't given me reason to change my message because a claim isn't a reason.
True colors. You're showing your true colors. You're going all bad, dude.
All right, bro. Yeah, I mean, you could say whatever you want, but if you can't give an argument for it, I'm not really too concerned with it.
Can you get your dad up here? Where's Parker? Parker, come get your kid, dude. He's crashing out.
I mean, you could call it a crash out when I just call you out for lacking motivating reason for what you believe in and why, especially when what you believe in is attempting to portray me as a bad person. But I just view it as like critical discourse. If you're going to accuse me of doing something bad, of course, my immediate and direct response will be to inquire what your reasons are for believing the thing that I did was bad. And when you turn around and say, oh, Dean, you're actually doing something bad again by inquiring me for what my reasons are for believing that you did something bad in the first place, I'm rather led to believe that you actually don't think I did anything bad, because look at you, you support a sexual predator as president, so I'm not led to believe that you care too much about that, and you're rather just trying to gaslight me in an attempt to upset me, and maybe in an attempt to like persuade some of the audience to not like follow me. I don't know. What it seems like is you're mad that I have a very unique ability to demonstrate why Trump is a bad president, and you then in turn you want to take that out on me by gaslighting me and persuading the audience.
Actually, I just gave you a small critique. You could have just said, okay, bro, You could have just said, okay, bro.
Yeah,
but you're
I'll
trying to
only
turn
say
it into a
okay,
bait.
bro,
So
if you
let's
could
do it.
demonstrate good reason
Okay,
for
so
the
then,
critique.
all right, I will do it. Do you think it's okay to attack people who've been sexually assaulted for the psychological imbalance that they might have, which is how they deal with what they went through? Do you think that that's okay?
What is meant by attack?
I don't know, telling them that they're a bad person, telling them that they're terrible, telling them that they're harmful, telling them that they need to seek therapy 15 times
that
in
is
a row,
okay.
screaming at them.
It is okay to tell a victim of sexual violence that they are being harmful by turning around and saying that you're not really a victim of sexual violence if it's your husband. You're not really a victim of sexual violence if it's a finger. You're not really a victim of sexual violence unless they knocked you out unconscious first. Yeah, that's totally okay to do.
Literally name calling victims and acting like it's okay on the internet, dude. That's crazy.
Name calling victims. Sure. What names did I call her that you think were inappropriate for me to call her?
I think the whole thing was inappropriate, dude. You could do
Okay.
better. As well.
Okay.
I believe that you could do better, man.
Okay, so why would it be wrong for me to call anybody, including a victim of sexual violence, out for their harm against victims of sexual violence? Why is that a bad thing to do?
It's harmful.
Why?
This is the.
Can I get an argument for that? Can I get an argument for why it's harmful to call out somebody else's harm?
6 months ago against trans people, when you tell, hey, you need to call them what they want to be called. You need to be kind. You need to be this. You could be. What did you say? You could be accommodating to other people. All that.
I haven't heard an argument yet for why it's harmful for me to call out somebody else's harm. Has anybody heard an argument yet for why it's harmful for me to call out somebody else on their harm? Has anybody heard the guest give an argument for that? I haven't.
We're crashing out. We're crashing out, bro.
Okay, your crashing out is not an argument for the claim being made.
Where's your vape? Hit the vape.
Your being mad is not an argument for the claim being made.
Crashing out.
Okay, yeah, you're just going in circles now with things that are completely irrespective of an argument for the claim being made. Seems like maybe you're crashing out.
I'm crashing out because all your candidates lost. Your party's broke. You guys are bankrupted your home. You're putting the DNC headquarters up. You lost the House, Senate.
Yeah, you want to go back to politics? Let's do it.
The presidency.
Good to know. Good to know you want to life raft away from that claim that you're attempting to make against me.
And now you're victim blaming on the internet, screaming at victims. The DNC is going out so sad, bro. This is so sad to watch. It's like just watching the ship sink in slow motion.
Will you condemn Donald Trump for sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls in their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and or Miss USA?
Yes.
Will you acknowledge that that makes him a violent sexual predator?
No.
Will you acknowledge that it is sexual violence to engage in and perpetuate sexual exploitation?
Yeah, what you did to that lady,
Perfect.
I admit that.
So you think that you could engage in sexual violence without being a violent sexual predator?
I think that what you did was sexual violence.
That's a pivot. So you think that you can engage in sexual violence without being a violent sexual predator?
I think that you should avoid engaging.
I don't think that you're directly responding to the question that I asked you. So I asked you if you agree that Donald Trump engaged in sexual exploitation when he barged into the women and or girls' dressing rooms and looked at their naked bodies. You said that that was sexual exploitation. So then I asked you if you think that that makes him a violent sexual predator, and you said no. So then I asked you if sexual exploitation is sexual violence, and you have yet to answer the question. So Red, to be clear, I would like you to answer my question. Do you agree that sexual exploitation is sexual violence?
You should stop doing sexual violence. Thank you, Anthony, for the corn. Really appreciate that.
All right. Yeah, he can't answer the question. He can't answer the question, everybody. You're horrified of answering the question. Why do you even like request to why do you even request to join debate lives if you're not going to debate? Like, A, it's just like, it's self-defeating because seemingly the purpose of joining a debate live is to debate, which of course would require debates. And then B, it just like makes you look bad. Yeah, like very clearly when you join a debate live, hopefully to have a debate, and then you just intentionally and obtusely refuse to answer questions and which are essential to the debate at hand, it makes you look bad to everybody watching. Because if you're avoiding answering an essential question to the debate at hand after you voluntarily consented to engage in the debate at hand by requesting to join the live stream, it makes you look like you're getting your shit ran over. So I'll ask you again, do you agree that sexual exploitation is sexual violence?
Can you first stop muting me, and secondly,
I'll
can you
I'll
stop
mute you
crying?
if you give an
Can you
irrelevant
stop-
response to the question
Can
at
you
hand.
stop crying and grifting and muting and repeating? It's kind of sad. to
I'll
watch
mute you
cry,
if you
grift,
give
mute,
an
repeat.
irrelevant response to the
Cry,
question at hand.
grift, mute, repeat. That's all you're doing here because you can't.
That's
win
all
an
you're
actual
doing
argument.
because you're not
You can't
answering
win
the
an
question.
Actual argument.
Oh, I can't win an actual argument, says the guy that can't answer the question.
Talk over and
The guy that is refusing to answer the question encompassed in the actual argument is accusing me of being unable to have an actual argument. That is
I'd like
really
you to answer my
ironic.
question. I answered
I
several
know.
questions.
No.
Yeah, exactly. You're
No,
running.
you are
You're
good.
running.
I am not going to allow you to burden shift. I'm currently investigating the claim made by yourself,
Victim
which was
blame,
Donald
cry,
Trump
mute,
did engage in
repeat.
sexual violence, but he's not a violent sexual predator. If you want to randomly ask me a question in the middle of the investigation, I'm inquiring of your view. Of course, I'm not going to be like, sure, Red. I'm just going to completely throw my line of argumentation out of the window, act as if I didn't have you on the line in a position where
Damn
you're
that,
clearly
Vic.
losing the
You're
debate.
running.
And now I'm just going to
Stop
completely
running.
allow you to redirect it in any conversation
You're
that you
running.
want.
You asked me 15
By
questions.
refusing to allow you to burden shift, I'm not running. I'm just simply holding your feet over the coals. So the question is sexual exploitation sexual
You're
violence?
running.
You can't accuse me of running away from a question that you haven't asked yet when you were refusing to answer the question I've asked 10 times. I will repeat that because I don't think you heard it. You cannot
You're
accuse me.
running.
You cannot accuse me of running away from a question you haven't even asked me yet when you are refusing to answer the question I've asked you 10 times.
Because you're trying to change this from a debate to an investigation. Like you get to inquire.
Debate
60
inquire.
questions of
Yes,
me.
bro.
We
Debate
were having an
debate
equal
requires
debate, and
investigation
now all
into your
of a
view.
sudden-
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Now it's a Parker.
Is sexual
Jr.
exploitation
investigation.
sexual violence?
Not having an investigation.
Is sexual
yet.
exploitation sexual violence?
I answered them in good faith.
Is
and now
sexual
you're trying to
exploitation
ask-
sexual violence?
just to avoid?
Is
getting
sexual
body-
exploitation sexual violence?
You're trying to avoid getting bodied.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Mute. Cry.
Is sexual
repeat. Here we go.
exploitation sexual violence?
I already answered your question.
Is
It's my turn to
was it a
answer
yes or
questions.
was it a no? Is it or is it not
It's
sexual
my
violence?
turn to answer.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Just running, bro.
Is it sexual violence?
You're running.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
You already.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence? Red is
You already
sexual
asked me 15
red is sexual
questions. It's my
exploitation
turn to ask
sexual
you
violence. Is sexual
You're
exploitation is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Yes, you were violent against that alley.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
you
So
were.
so I just want to clarify. I'm not asking you about me.
Yes, you were.
I'm asking you if sexual exploitation is sexual violence.
I'm
Is
telling
sexual
you that what you
exploitation?
did
Hey, Red.
was
Is sexual
wrong.
exploitation? Red. Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
You're chimping out, dude.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Can you hit your vape? dude?
Is
You're
sexual
chimping out.
exploitation? Hey, is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
You're doing a lib fart right now.
Thank
You're
you. Is
letting all
sexual
your hot
exploitation
gas
sexual
out, and
violence?
you
Hey,
gotta
Red.
relax.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Dude, you're running.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
You're running.
Can you answer the
dude.
question? Is sexual exploitation
It's
sexual
my
violence?
turn. You asked
And
me
no, it's not
15
your turn. I need you to
questions.
tell me if
Yes,
sexual
it is. It's
exploitation
not
is
a
sexual
fucking
violence.
investigation.
It is.
This
Is
is not
sexual
an
exploitation
investigation.
sexual violence?
You
Hey,
said
Red.
you wanted
Hey,
to
Red. Just
debate,
answer
and
the
now
just
you're
bro.
running.
Hey, bro.
You're
Just answer the
running.
question. Hey, bro. You're running. Is sexual
You're
exploitation sexual
running.
violence?
You're running.
Hey, bro. Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
You were sexually violent.
Is
to that
sexual
woman.
exploit? I'm not asking you about me. Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Yes, what you did was wrong.
Okay, I'm not asking you about anything that I did. I'm asking you if sexual exploitation is sexual violence. Yes or no?
Yes, that was sexual violence. that
Okay,
you
okay.
did
So you
against
do
that
think that
woman.
sexual exploitation is sexual violence. Perfect. So you agree
That's
that what
what you
Donald
did
Trump
was
did was
wrong.
sexual exploitation, and now you've agreed that it's also sexual
I think-
violence.
I think
Do you
that you
think
should
that
be
engaging
held
in sexual
civilly
violence
liable.
makes a person a sexual predator?
I think you should be.
Do you
held
think that
civilly
engaging in
liable for
sexual
that.
violence makes a person a sexual predator?
I think that what you
Do you
did
think
was
that
wrong, man.
engaging in sexual violence makes a person a sexual predator?
Is this your 15th
Do you think that
question?
engaging in sexual violence makes a person a sexual predator?
So you just gonna
Do you think
keep
that
repeating
engaging in
yourself?
sexual violence makes a person a sexual predator?
Going out.
Hey, Red, do you think that engaging in sexual violence makes a person sexual predator?
I think that what you
Hey,
did
Red,
was
hey, Red, hey,
predatory.
Red. Can we agree that engaging in sexual violence makes a
For
person a
sure
sexual
you were
predator?
predatory. For sure you were predatory.
Okay, you just conceded that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator because you agreed that what he did to the people in the dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and or Miss USA was sexual exploitation. Then you agreed that
You
sexual
would,
exploitation
yeah.
is sexual violence, and now you just conceded that engaging in sexual violence makes you a violent sexual predator. Earlier you
You're
said you wouldn't support Donald Trump
running.
if he was a violent sexual predator as president.
You're
So now that you've
running.
conceded that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator,
You're
can you
running,
agree
dude.
that you should stop supporting him as president due to that fact?
You're running. You're running. I think that yes, I think everybody should stop supporting you for being a victim blamer, for attacking victims on TikTok Live, harassment, bullying, all of the things that you did. It was wrong, dude. And the fact that you can't just correct yourself, the fact that you can't think, oh yeah, maybe there was a better way I could do that, it just shows how much of a narcissist you are. And it's really sad.
Okay, seems like it's done. Can you respond to what I said?
No, you need to respond to what I said. You're being predatory right now. You're trying to silence me.
Okay, what's the specific thing that you want me to respond to that you said before you respond to the thing that I said?
You're a predator.
Okay,
because you are a predator.
What's the specific thing that you said that you want me to respond to?
Usual subjects.
Okay, what's the thing that you said that you want me to respond to before you respond to the thing that I said?
I want you to say that there was a better way you could do that without attacking, harassing, and bullying other people on the internet.
I wonder what will happen. There was a better way that I could have done that without attacking and bullying and harassing people on the internet. Now will you respond to the fact that you said you would stop supporting Donald Trump if he was a violent sexual predator? No. Now you respond to the fact that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator because he barged into their dressing rooms and looked at them while they're naked. You agreed that was sexual exploitation. You agreed that sexual exploitation is sexual violence. And you agreed that if you engage in sexual violence, you're a violent sexual predator.
I think
Can you agree to that now?
Giving up. The pimples are just coming out of your face in real time. Like, I don't know if you're just tweaking right now or what, but they're just coming.
Can you respond to the fact that you agree Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator?
Listen, Parker Jr., here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask a question one to one.
You can't do it. I can't do it, bro. I can't. You actually can't do it. I can't do it. Okay. How about this? Oh, wait, Red. I'm actually going to be really kind to you here. I have an idea. I have a really good idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out the whiteboard and then look at what we're actually going to write on the whiteboard.
Actually got a whiteboard.
Yeah. All the things Red wants Dean to respond to before Red addresses the fact he implied Trump is a violent sexual predator by agreeing that Trump engaged in sexual exploitation, then agreed to the fact that sexual exploitation is sexual violence, and then agreed to the fact that people who engage in sexual violence are violent sexual predators.
Hilarious.
So what are all the things that you want me to
one.
respond to before you address that?
Thank you. Number one, I would like you to respond to why you are being predatory and harassing and bullying that victim on TikTok Live in front of thousands of people.
Okay.
No, that's not. Can you hear? Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, bro. I'm just reducing it down into a couple of words.
So you're not going to write it down. You did all this just to not write down what I said. That's
bullying
crazy.
People. There you go, bro.
And harassing.
Dude, don't worry. It's implied.
There we go. Number two, I want you to admit that Joseph R. Biden was accused of the same thing with Tara Reid, who you supported. I would like you to admit that Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate and the DNC lied about Joe Biden's condition, probably for years, which caused her to lose. I want you to respond to you are TikTok's #1 grifter. And Parker is your daddy.
Okay, if I respond to all of these things, you're saying that you will respond to this, correct? Right? Oh, he just left. He ran away! He ran away! That's fucking right, bro. You got absolutely dog-walked. Holy shit. I have never, ever allowed, okay, a person like that last guest to ride their wave of rage bait and deflection to its end. Obviously, the reason why he interrupted me like 3 billion times and accused me of pivoting and doing all these things is because I got him in a corner where he directly and necessarily implied that Donald Trump was a violent sexual predator after saying that he would stop supporting Trump if Trump was a violent sexual predator. And then all of a sudden, he just went wild. That's when he was like, oh, Dean, I have a billion questions to randomly ask you after you've got me on this ledge where I have to commit to stop supporting Trump. And if you don't answer any of these questions, you know, you're a runner and you're a bad debater and you're doing all of these things. And you know, like they all just go a little bit crazy when I get them in that corner. But I think I cracked the code. The way that I cracked the code is by writing down every single thing that they want me to respond to, every single thing that they want me to address in order for them to respond to the plank that they are walking from the pirate ship. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work because that way, there's a finite amount of things that I have to say and a finite amount of things that I have to respond to before they are finally at the edge of the cliff. And that scared the fuck out of Red to the point where he just completely left the live, admit defeat, and ran away like the little coward he is. Damn. Honestly, I can't believe it. I finally cracked the code of how to deal with those super rage baity, I mean S-tier annoyances after 3 years of doing these debates. It took me 3 years to finally crack the code. That's great. A couple people to thank here. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20, who says, Red, it's not your live. Quit railroading the conversation, condescending to Dean, and being all around kind of a skid mark of a debater. You have nothing on Dean. You're embarrassing yourself. He ran, Lamau, awesome. Go, Dean. I'm pretty sure that Elizabeth was writing that message while he was leaving, and then he happened to leave in the middle of it. That is glorious. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Vanessa, thank you for the $20, who said, Ali, even as a survivor, was harmful. She discredited SA because it wasn't a case of penile penetration. She stated that once consent is given, it cannot be taken back. It's legally kidnapping in my cases are my receipts. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you so much, Vanessa, for the $20. She was very harmful. And then Elizabeth with another $20, who says, Dean, he didn't join for a debate in good faith. Yeah, he joined for a debate in bad faith because he's a fucking idiot. Mask, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Let's get 1,000 Mask W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, Mask. I want to see so much love for Mask down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $100. Mask with $100 says, Dean, you did nothing wrong. She triggered me as a woman and as a victim. I knew when she was talking right away she was a victim, but the damage she can do is much more than others. Because of that, I was the same way when I was younger. You are good. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $100, Mass. That is very, very kind of you. I know that you've been supporting our streams a lot, and I'm just ever so very grateful for you. And I agree. Even though she was a victim, she was saying really harmful things. So that's when you have to call her out on her harm and honestly recommend that she gets therapy so she could try to work through it and deconstruct it, since it is consequential of what happened to her. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. DS, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $10. Morgan, who says, fuck that guy. He was terrible. So true. Kate with the $20, who says, a grown man coming up on your live to antagonize and attempt to rage bait is pathetic. I don't get rage baited too easily. I'm not going to lie. I used to get rage baited easily, but it just doesn't really happen anymore. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Kate. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the $5. Mohammed and Joe, thank you guys for the $2. And the desk, thank you for the $10 as well. I'd definitely be down for the desk. I'd definitely be down for that. Janaea, thank you so much for the $25 as well on Venmo. I appreciate you. With that being said, we're cut up on Super Chat. We are also all cut up on Venmo. Over on PayPal, thank you for the $5. Caitlin, who says absolute cinema, so true. Rosie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you. Tammy, thank you for the $5. Juliana with the 5 says, I love watching your lives. Use this to buy some treats for Momo. You got it. Laura, thank you for the $10 saying that Red is wrong. True. And then, woo. Give me 1 second, guys. Got to blow my nose. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Woo! I am back. Let's go and hop back into it. Thank you so much, Megan, for the $20, who says, thank you for all that you do. I'm not in America, but my dad supports Trump and continues to support those in Australia with similar ideals. Pauline Henderson, is that her name? Is he like a big Pauline guy? Thank you for the $20, Megan. Let's get 200 Megan W's. Same thing to Cheyenne with the $20 as well, who says, today is my fiance's birthday. We watch your lives together all the time. Can you please give him a special shout out? His name is Derek and he's turning 24. Derek, happy birthday. Sounds like you got a great fiance and you're probably a great partner yourself. Huge shout out to Derek. Happy birthday to Derek, and a huge shout out to Cheyenne and Derek. Thank you so much, Carlos, for the $10, who says, thank you so much for trying so hard every day to change minds. I try my best. I think that what we do here is very meaningful. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, In, for the $12, who says, oh, Dean, get better soon. Sending you lots of love, peace, and rest. Thank you. Ross, thank you so much for the $20, who recommends getting a second generation antihistamine. I didn't even know that second generation antihistamines even exist, so that's definitely something I'll have to look into. Thank you. Andrea, thank you so much for the $20, who says, thank you for what you said to Allie earlier. I hope that she gets therapy for her sake and any kid she has / may have in the future. I completely agree with you, Andrea. Thank you for the $20. Sydney, thank you for the $10. And Abby, thank you for the $10. Shout out to you and your mom, by the way, Abby. And then Evan, thank you for the $10 as well. I try not to allow people in who want to debate devil's advocate. And then Barbara, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for that love, Barbara. Then Catherine and Hannah, appreciate y'all for the $5. And Jolene, thank you for the $5 as well. And with all that being said, we're actually all caught up. And we've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I don't know how the fuck I got through today's stream, folks. I'm going to be honest. I have no clue how I did it, but we did nonetheless. It's time for me to get off. It is time for me to get off. It is time for me to go take a hot shower, deep clean the studio, and lie the fuck down. I am tired. I cannot believe that I was able to get through today's stream. I will see you all tomorrow. Cassidy, thank you for the galaxy. Hit that follow button on Your Way Out on TikTok. It's totally free to hit that follow button. You'll be able to find the live stream again. Same thing with everybody hanging out with us on YouTube. Hit that subscription button on Your Way Out. I really do appreciate everyone so much for showing up today. And wow, honestly, I'm just surprised that we got through the stream. It's time to pop off. That's it from me. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.